Hello, hello. This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, and it is Sunday evening, July 14th. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Let me get over here to my tablet and come in and set things up. Skip the ads. Hi, Nina. Welcome in, Nina. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How hot is it in Arizona today? Blistering hot. Hi, Angie. How are you doing tonight, Angie? How's your hand? Been thinking and praying for you. All right, let me set my quality up here. From 480 to 1080. And let me set my chat messages from talk messages to all messages. Hi, Darla. It's good to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Let's see, I want to reach behind me and get a paper towel. The first thing I'm going to do, if you have had the opportunity to watch, I put up a couple videos later this afternoon of eco printing, steam printing, and I'm calling it a cheater because what I wanted to happen didn't happen, so I cheated and made it happen. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Jacqueline. Now, Jacqueline's the eco printer. Yeah, Jacqueline does beautiful, beautiful work. Mina says it's not too hot, only about 103 or 104 when I'm where I'm at. We would call that blistering hot, Mina. Well, while folks are coming in, I'm going to get my little iron out. Angie says, the doctor is sending me to a specialist for my hand. My blood pressure is still high. Thank you for your prayers. Well, you're certainly welcome. I believe in keeping people that I know and love in my prayers. Well, it's true, Jacqueline. And you didn't hear me say it because I had to put that first part of that video in fast forward. But I did say as soon as I get a little money ahead, I'm going to buy some of your eco prints. But I wanted to try this. Let me plug this iron in and let it warm up a little. I was inspired by Shannon Green. And she did a steam. Now this is showing up pretty dark. It is dark. It's showing up awfully dark on my screen. It is dark, but it's not super dark. It's kind of a medium color. And let me go here and here. And of course I minimized everything. Get back up there and come back into chat. Well, I will, Jacqueline, when I'm ready to pay for it. Hi, Becky. Becky's been working in the garage all day. It's really coming along nice, Becky. She and Scott, did the young man come and pick up his, that lathe? Now, the link I put in, and I'm going to pin this for now, if I can pin it. pin message. The link I put in goes to Shannon Green's video on steam eco-printing. And she did beautiful work, and she told exactly what she did, and I said, oh, I want to do that. Well, and you can see a little bit of when I unbundled my pages, nothing came out. Well, a little bit came out. A little bit of the Sun Impatient came out. But it was pretty dreary. So I got out my trusty walnut ink and just sprayed, and I didn't spray, I painted around my leaves. And there's still, like, there's some blue showing through here. The Sun Impatients are red, but they eco-print kind of a blue. And I also had some purple petunias that I think made something. So, but what I liked about what she did is she took a 9x12 watercolor page and cut it in half and folded the half in half. And then she took an 8.5x11 page and cut it in half and folded the half in half. And they make a really nice little booklet or signature. Mine's going to be a signature. She did iron her pages, and that's what I want to do. I have a towel out here to protect my bath towel, which I put on to protect my... let me just fold this over like this. And yeah, it's pretty hot. Now this is the watercolor paper. I thought I'd press these out, and you can kind of see what they are as I'm pressing. Let's see. I think I'm getting some. It's either coming off of my iron or through the page. And I thought that I would journal through this, but I think at least most of it is pretty dark. There is some places for writing there, so I may change my, because I was thinking that by the time it all dried, it would be pretty light, because things dry light, but I used that alum. I coated both my paper and the leaves in alum water. And alum, A-L-U-M, is just, well, I don't know exactly what it's made up of, but you can get it in where you buy your spices at the grocery store. There's a name for it. So I may just make a little journal out of this and put something in it. I haven't decided yet. And let's press this down. And there will be, I have 3 sets of 12 pages, so there'll be 36 total in this journal. And I don't know what I'll do for the cover. I may just bind them together and let the front page be the cover. But I like how it turned out generally. So I don't want to spend too much time on this tonight, so let me just go to it. Journal in a gold pen. Well, that's an excellent idea. Becky sent me some gold pens, some, what do you call those, Becky? My mind just went blank on them. The same company that does those beautiful white pens. Ah, you know. You know. Gold pen would be beautiful, Mary, Becky says. Becky, who makes those gold pens? I can't recall right off the bat. My brain is broke. Yeah, that's about how it feels today. I have been busy all day. I was busy all day yesterday doing these. And then today, signal pens is what they are. The white signal pens. Mina, hi Joyce. And then today I was busy getting that video, and I've been doing some slow stitching. I do think I will go live Tuesday morning because I want to show my slow stitch. I may not be on the entire time. I think what I'm going to do on my mornings off that I'm taking the break, I think what I'm going to do is clean up in here. I'm going to do a video showing how messy it is. Really, it's not messy so much as I just don't have room for everything. And I'm going to devote some of my mornings to sorting out in here, I think, so that by the time September rolls around, I'll be more comfortable streaming. Yeah, alum is a mordant, and what a mordant does is allow the color to be more steadfast. But you know, we applied that mordant, and I watched Shannon Green, and I did what she did. I'm not sure. I might have used too much or too little. I don't know, because I didn't get any color out on it. Well, I did get a little, but who knows now? You'd have to look at my part 2 video to see what I got. But now I lost my train of thought. Hi, Cynthia. Welcome in. Scott's Garage Shop is really starting to look nice. Becky says, I can't think. I'm too tired after two full days of working in the garage. Yeah, it is starting to look really nice. Well, I can't think, and I can't recall that they're, oh, let's see if I have one in my drawer here. I don't have the gold in here. They're over across the way, but I might have a white one stuck around in here. No such luck there. Oops. Don't want to pull that iron down on me. Well, I can't put my hands on one right now. Safety pins. The signal pins. Uniball signal pins. But even well, this is a white jelly roll. I think my gold pins are over on that little blue cart that is across my room. But that's what I want to do on a couple of my mornings off. I have a lot to show you with slow stitching. I do think I'm going to go live Tuesday morning, but I probably will not be on the entire time. Did I iron that out? Feels flat. I don't remember. I'm going to give it another pressing. Cynthia says hi. Aunt Beck, my brain ran off, Angie says, and didn't come back. It doesn't want to be in my head. Oh, Angie. Angie. Now, see, some of this, like, you know, I wonder if I could get one of those gold, you know, Prime Days is coming up. A gold glazing pen, like we use those black and white ones. A gold one would look nice. Now, see this, this is light enough to journal on. So the other decision I'm going to need to make is, what am I going to journal about? Do I want to do quotes? Do I, you know, exactly what is this going to hold? You know what would be fun to do? It would involve some research, but do little bits and pieces of letters. I do have a book on letters in art but I don't know if all the letters are quoted. They're more paintings that show letters. So there's one signature there. I've only got 3, so I'll try to move it along here. We are going to do doodles tonight. On the dark pages, you could sketch something in gold. Yeah. Well, in the very end, and now when this was really wet, after I took it out to dry, it had a lot of yellow-green tones to it. But now that it's dried off a little, it's gone back to the tannish tones. But see, there's some pretty blues up in here, a little bit of a yellow coming off in there. So the color is just spotty. But now that I know that those Sun and Patience make nice, the Sun and Patience, I think, is doing the blue. They come off as being blue, well, there are some pink ones. But I don't plan on doing a lot of this. I was just curious because I've never done steam eco dyeing. To tell you the truth, I think I kind of prefer the boil method because I had to cheat to get this eco print. I like this in here. Let me press this down. So even though I have these, I probably won't be doing anything right away, but Prime Days are coming up. I'm going to look and see if I can't get a gold glazing pen. That would be nice. And which page is it? Is it this one? It came off really nice. No, it's in another signature. And these have been, after they dried, I took them and folded them up and bundled them with that piece of yarn that I've been using. And Becky, speaking of yarn, what I think I'm going to do, because I've come to such a standstill with that blue yarn, dark navy blue yarn, on week 4, just made me with a standstill. Or was it week 5? I can't remember which one. I think I skipped a week. I can't remember. But I think I'm going to do is go back and do all the weeks over and do them all in that tannish yarn, that cream colored yarn that I have. And I think I'll be much happier with it. They'll all be the same color. But, you know, it never hurts to do, and I'm just doing blocks. I'm not doing the strips that you are. And it might get me moving along again. I've been doing a lot of slow stitching this week. I've been stitching on the cover, and I did the Wonky Wednesday, and I've been tatting. So, and I've been doing this eco-print project. And I have learned that if I want to do standalone videos and do it as an unlisted live and then bring it down and edit it, that's what I did. It takes almost all night and half of the next day for that to process. And it processed by early this morning, but I couldn't download it. It wouldn't let me download it. It was doing something in the background with it. And so I couldn't get it downloaded right away. And that disappointed me. So if I do another long form video, and I do them as unlisted streams, if I'd started on Wednesday, I'm not going to count on it being live until Saturday. I don't have a whole lot of space on my phone, and I don't really have my webcam up and going. I've got a webcam. I should mess with it, but I've been messing with all this other stuff. Let's see. I think I ironed these, did I not? I think I did. I just set them up there. They feel warm. So I've got one left here. they're pretty nice and flat. This one's popping open a little, but you kind of expect that. Well, let me do this set and then I'll be done. Becky said, oh, let's see. Mina says, those are gorgeous pages. I keep visualizing forest scenes with branches and leaves and birds. Now, birds and forest life would be nice to put in here, or even drawings of insects or bugs or butterflies and moths, birds, and maybe the tree of life drawings would be fun to put on here. You know, the things, the animals found on the tree of life. That would be fun to do. After all, most of these were from trees. Not everything. I had some Gerber daisy leaves because that's what Shannon had, and I had the Sun Impatience because she had that, and I just happened to have them in the yard. I've been watering my plants, mid-morning, around 10 o'clock, and I just went out and grabbed some. See this? This, I think, was a petunia in here. I really like this shape. So that came out pretty good. And one of these, let's see which one it is. One of these, it has to be this one. No, I must have passed it up. One of these came out really cool. I'll look and see which one, because I haven't really been paying attention to. But I'm pressing them because Shannon pressed hers. But I'm also going to journal in them. Oh, I think it's this one, and it dried. It dried really light in here. But when it was wet, it was a beautiful, beautiful pink. And it still is pretty. It's still very pretty. And you see it's got some blues up in there. So I think this is one of my favorite pages here. Hi, Teresa. Teresa says, I like the crunchy feel of the pages when they're not ironed. Yeah, a lot of people do. But if you're going to journal on them, the crunchies get in the way of your pen. And they'll probably get in the way of my pen anyway. And also they lay nice and flat. I don't iron all my journal. In fact, I very seldom iron journal pages. But I thought I would do it just for the fun of it. And because Shannon did it. And Shannon does a lot of creative things. Like I said, I'm not going to do a lot of this. I just don't see, you can't see it probably, but there's a lot of ripple in here. There's a lot of texture in here. It feels like there might have been a leaf stem here. You can see it on this side pretty good. So, that's the last one. Let's put this one together and we'll move on. I'm gonna press the side down here. It was fun. It was a fun project. I would not do this on a regular basis. I'd rather draw or doodle or stitch. I'm really into doing the slow stitch this year. So here they are. Whoops, I think I'll turn this one this way. I don't like that at the front though. Let's put that at the front. That's so pretty. So I'm thinking those glazing pens would do a nice job on here. And the gold ink. I'm sure they probably have gold in those glazing pens, and I'll have to get out. I know I've been hoarding those signal pens that Becky sent me. I think they're over on my cart. I'm thinking Tree of Life because I like Tree of Life. I think I'll turn this one this way. Just makes more sense to me. So you need to follow Jacqueline at Lovely's Crafting Lodge. I want to get Jacqueline in there. Lovely's Crafting Lodge. She does a lot of really nice eco prints. So let me unplug this iron and we'll move on. Angie says she's going to work on this can that I started this morning. Mina's, let's see, I read that one. The forest scenes, the branches, leaves, and birds. I kind of really like that idea. I could do an owl. I love to do those owls. But, yeah. It will be an ongoing project. It isn't, I'm going to save those off. It isn't anything that I'm going to do in one setting. I'll have to think about it a lot here. Shaky, 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 shake. If your yarn gets into a tangle like this, shake it out. Shaky, shaky, shake. Because the tangle is just something, the thread kind of grabbing at itself. And I learned in a comment over on K3N Cloth Tales that if you're stitching and you get into a tangle here, if you pull on your thread going to the needle, it generally comes out unless it's in a horrible knot. But see, generally just by shaking that thread, it untangles for me. Now it's caught itself up in here. Where's my beginning? And I'm going to tie it back up and set it aside. Now I just brought in a bath towel to kind of give a cushion to my desk here. Let's go this way. A couple rounds. Where does that end? And then let's just go under this. Yeah, Becky's been working in the garage with Scott all day. And I imagine it was hot out there. She said that they wouldn't survive if they didn't have that fan. So I'm really happy with how this turned out. It's a nice little journal page. Let's take my iron and set it aside and let it cool. I've unplugged it. And I don't know how late I'm going to be on tonight. This depends on how involved I get with these doodles. I think we're on week 21. Bath towels. Okay, it's just there to kind of provide a cushion off that glass mat. Gets awfully hot. Now, where am I going to put this? Well, right now I'm just going to put it up on top of everything. Oh, you guys, if you could just see behind me. Okay, so I need to cut some paper. I'm going to have to get me some more watercolor paper the next time I go to Walmart. I like this bee paper. And we're going to do, I think I have some already cut. I think I'll cut 3 pages tonight because I am going to be doing buttons. We're going to do buttons tonight. Did Kitty Jen come in? Turmeric would give you a gorgeous yellow. Yes. My eco-dyeing or my dye projects are kind of off and on, kind of when I feel like it. But I have an awful lot out there. I have a new bottle of walnut ink that I used on that. This is nice clean ink and it's really dark. I thought I'd use it for my buttons tonight because I used up what was in this jar, which needs to be washed out and put back with my dyeing stuff. This is the contaminated stuff, I think. Oh, no, this I pulled from the kitchen. This is almond, not almond, acorn. And acorn ink gives you a really light wash. It's not dark like the, I don't know if you can tell through the jars, but the acorn is not as dark as the walnut ink. So I might combine a little of it, but for right now, this is going to be set down there. So, all I'm doing here is cutting these in half. Derwin, we're going to move you so I don't push you over the cliff. And I have some, I think this has been wet. This has been steamed. I'll probably, well, I could, you know, I probably would not slow stitch with this because it's just yarn. And I'm not sure what I'll do with it. I hate throwing stuff like that away, but I don't know if I'll use it. I probably would not put it in any of my, am I doing this right? 6x4. Got it. This is 4. I cut an inch off of this. That's what I do. Got to get my head on straight here. And then I cut this at 4 inches. Whoops. So what are you all up to tonight? Becky's tired. Hi, Dar. Welcome in. Some solar paste. If I had one of those papers, I would try it with some solar paste. What is solar paste, Teresa? I've never heard of that. We are on week 21, Mary. Oh, okay. Thank you, Jen. Week 21, she's right. Did I say week 20? Oops. Week 21, we're doing buttons. So these might be fun to do. I've got some links I'll show you. When I did the button search, though, he gave me a lot of chairs and men and cases. But on page 2 is where the buttons started. We don't want to go there. We want to go to 8. Got to keep my head on here. And 6. Oh, let's cut it at 4 first. Oops, blade went on the floor. That is the only disadvantage of this cutter. Usually if you're careful, you won't lose your blade, but you know, you flop these things around and it inevitably falls out. That does not seem right. Oh, it is. One more for the road. And at 4, and at 6. This makes me want to do postcards. There have been a lot of people are doing jelly, they call them jelly postcards. I think they're using the gel plates, making jelly postcards. There's a thing going on out there. I see a lot. I think Dee Dee did some, and I think I saw Devin Rex do some, and they have a hashtag for it. Beth Schuler. Hi, Beth. I'm going to get my napkins sent. They might not go out till Tuesday, but they'll go out. I don't think I'll be going anyplace tomorrow. But Tuesday's another day. They'll get there. All right. We got all these things. I got a whole bunch of these. I was thinking they'd make a nice fan. Maybe we'll do a doodle fan sometime. There's 4 here and 4 there. That would make 8. Maybe we'll do that sometime, right? I'm not going to do it tonight, though. I got a whole bunch over here. Beth says, hi, Mary. Hi, Beth. Kitty Jen is here. Teresa's here. Did Mitzi come in? Did I miss saying hello to Mitzi? I see Cynthia and Joy. Somebody's saying hello to Mitzi. Teresa is. And Dar is here. There she is. Hi, Mitzi. Welcome in. I think I've said hello to everybody. Joyce, Kitty Jen, Teresa, Mina, Becky, Angie. So let's just move on. I did sharpen some pencils tonight. My brother's pencil sharpener out in the porch. So let's go to the buttons here off of my doodles. Now I got week 21, except for the search. Now I'm going to put it in the main search, and then I'll put in the search for the buttons first. Next. But if you ever want to use the public access domain library, let's do it this way. Let's just turn the links on here. This goes out to the open access library. Let me put that in chat. Now I gotta go to another account here. I'm in the wrong account. Okay, and let's go to my channel. And there we are. Oh, better turn that down. 4, 3, 2, 1. Skip. There we are. And let me put this in. Hi, Riri. Paste. And I always have to put that space in there because they take out my space. Oh, I should have put it in. Well, the link will work anyway. So if you click on that link, that takes you to the open access library. And the pictures change every day. So what you see here today, you may not see tomorrow. It says it's a mirror. So, and the only thing that I say with this is to give you the link. And if you go to, you know that it's in the public domain. If you click on a picture and you see that open access, the OA in a little square down at the bottom of the picture, and then you see public domain. If you do not see that, it's probably not in the public domain. Mwah! There's some lips. Riri saying hello. Tamina. And Mitzi's here. And Joyce said Dee-Ree. Hello, Dee-Ree. And Dar. I do that all the time, Joyce. Okay, so let's go back out to my tablet here, and I'm going to put in the button search. If I can copy it. I have to go back to copy it. Now this, I was kind of disappointed in it because it gives me other things than just buttons. No. I want to put it in chat. Andrew says, Mary, I'm still laughing over the... Oh, you know, somebody else posted on that. One of the newbies that came in here, and I can't remember her name right off. She knew Darla, but she posted on my video, and she said she got caught doing the same thing, and she complained to YouTube and got her money back. But she said, Mary, you're not getting another package. And I don't think I am either, even though they've got it out there. She said they just don't. They don't market as being delivered or whatever. They don't market as being sold. So I don't know how long it's going to be out there in my orders. Wait a minute, I got out of this. But yeah, $5 for two. They call them decoupage napkins, but, you know, still, you're thinking you're getting a set of at least 6. You know, and a lot of napkin packages have 10 and 12 in there, or more. But I'm just going to chalk it up. It's the name of the company is Napkin World. And if you buy from them, be darn sure you know what you're getting. Yeah, it is bad business. Shame on them. I'm not the only one who's been caught on that, though. Hi, Teresa. I think I'm going to go ahead and throw them in the 2 envelopes. And I'll give Beth something else. I don't have 3 of them, but I don't even want them around, you know, because it just reminds me of how I got cheated. Who needs that? Okay, so let's go up to the top here and go to the button search. And as you can see here on page 1, there's a lot of figurines, and there are some buttons here. But as you go down, you get all these cases, which has the little button up at the top here. So you can see buttons on there. But the buttons I was looking for, see, there's a lot of this going on in there. I'm going to go down to page 2. We'll just scroll down to the bottom, and that's really where things started happening for me on page 2. And so here's a button with an eagle on it. United States. I think that's what it says. Something. I can't read the whole thing. It's 1767. from a uniform. And here's one I thought we could do. I think this is one that I thought would be pretty simple to do. It's just, well, it's a seal. They call it a button seal. And there's some others in here. Let's see, let's go down one more. Come on, go back. Here's one with a head on it. We're not going to do that. Here's one with a dog and a turtle. Let's do the turtle. So let me grab, come on, you're going to think for me, aren't you? Let me grab the link to this and put it over in chat. And I'm just going to call it turtle button. That's not what they call it. I think they just call it button. Turtle button, space, paste, go. Then we'll go back into it here, make sure that I grabbed it right. And what I'm going to do is lightly draw that turtle, and I'm going to use walnut ink tonight. Maybe not on all of them, but on some of them. Now I had a sponge here that was, I cleaned off some of my desk, and maybe this will work. Get in there. And let's grab a little cup here if I can get my hands on one. Two. Took a drink of water and it went to my nose. You'll take a scrap? I'll bet I could find something for you, Beth. I'll bet I could find something for you. I got plenty of scraps. We'll give you a pretty scrap. Teresa says, good morning, Bethy. Yeah. Okay. And I'm just gonna leave it, like maybe I'll go in just a little. And I want to safely, hopefully, pour a little of this out into, and I won't need much, but I just don't want to dip my pen into. So that's probably more than I'll need. And I should have shook it up a little, but I didn't, so. Put the lid on tight. And grab a paper here. And I need to make sure I'm in frame. I got paper towels already torn. Now, I think what I will do is grab a paint bottle here, one of those 8-ounce bottles, to keep my round, where are all my 8-ounce bottles? Oh, maybe this one. This is Mod Podge. That's perfect. And shall we do it in landscape? I think we shall. And let's use the number 2 here. This is a 8B. I was using that to do a graphite transfer, which didn't work all that great for me. All right, you probably won't be able to see that. And I've also gone circly on it, scratchy on it. But I am going to use ink, so the lines will probably disappear with the ink. And what did I do with all my little brushes? Did I put them down here in this bucket? Yeah. I think I'm going to have to get me one more cart. Let's see, we got this one. And my little brushes disappear on me. This one. This one and this one and this one. And this one. I think that's good. We got a flat brush. And I think I'll use that flat one. Let's see, I should probably put water in this one. I get some water out here. Watch me spill everything. I'm good at spilling stuff, you guys. I'm very clumsy. So we're going to do the turtle, but what I'm going to do first so that you can see where the circle is, I'm going to take that flat brush and go around the background. So I'm just going to dip my brush in my ink, and yeah, I should have stirred that up, I think, because that's not doing anything. That's not doing anything at all. Let me put that back in and shake it. Because this is the dark stuff, is it not? Or maybe it was that little stuff that I brought out. Thought this was the dark. This might be the almond. No, I keep calling it almond. It's acorn. Let me give this a shake. I think this is acorn. I should, let's try that other. Where did I put him? Down here. I hit him thinking it was the acorn, but it might be this might be the dark stuff here. I'll put that back over there. I don't like the acorn stuff because look, it might be okay if you layer it and use it as a background to write on, you know, but yeah, look how much darker this is. I hope. I thought that other was dark, but yeah, this is the walnut ink. All right, so all I'm going to do here is just go around my circle. And this will, because it's got alcohol in it, it dries pretty fast. And you don't even have to go out to the edges. You can kind of feather it out here. Or I can. And I'm not saying I'm doing a perfect circle here. But you know, honestly, if you look at handmade buttons, not all of them are perfect round. There are a lot of irregularities in handmade, especially glass buttons. I'm going to kind of feather this out. So if you're doing this in another media, if you're using watercolor or if you're even just drawing, all we're doing is getting the background shape in. You could do this with a super tip. And I wouldn't say I'm perfect at it. I wouldn't say that at all. Yeah. just go out to the edge here. Looks like a moon, doesn't it? Well, that looks like a turtle moon. Yeah. I should probably have a paper under this. Have to clean my desk afterwards. So yeah, Tuesday, I am going to go live. I'm going to stream Tuesday because I want to show you where I am on all my slow stitch. But I probably will not the rest, well, I don't know what Thursday and Friday are going to be. Thursday, I probably won't. But what I'm thinking is I'm going to use my mornings, my free mornings, to organize in here. Just organize. Like if I want to know where my gold Uniball pins that Becky sent me. I think I know where they are. I think they're behind me. All right, so I have a background here. So now I got to get the turtle in there, and I'm going to use that number 2 pencil. And he's got a main body and a tail. Let's put the tail in here. And then the main body is pretty round, but we want to get that head in there too. The head is not that long. It's kind of just like a little, but see, the head, the top of the head comes in line with the top of the tail. So the head would probably be right in here. Something like that. Can you see it? You might have to, if you're on a phone, I don't know if you can do it on desktop or not. You can pinch and zoom in. All right, so now we want to put in the body part, the shell. And after I get him sketched in there with pencil, I'll go ahead and do him in ink. And he's got a foot over here that comes out this way, and you can even see the toes. Look, you can even see the toes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's do that. 1, 2, 3. Fourth is just barely getting on there. But this kind of comes more like that. And then he's got a front leg, and he's got 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's put his front leg on there. And 1, 2, 3, 4. And another back leg over here. I think the back leg is a little bit bigger in there. And it comes like this. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it kind of comes down. I'm missing that part. Oops, no eraser on that. What's the use of having a pencil if you can't erase? All right, 1, 2. And again, I'm not trying to do perfect doodles here. Now, you can't see very well. Maybe what I'll do is bring this down. Let's go back one. And Angie wants some popcorn. She says, I think I can finally sit and watch now, Becky does. Laundry is going, the tomatoes are watered, and the cats are fed and watered. Popcorn sounds good, Jen says. Let's go back here. I think I went right straight. No, I didn't. Let me save this down and open it and edit it. And what I'm going to do is change the lighting here. Let's go to this. Maybe it'll show up better. I want to be able to see the shell part better. Find one that I can play with here. I'm not sure what to change, the brightness or the dark. Let's change it to dark. Now you don't see very much. Bright is going to wipe it out. I think that's probably about the best. Let's save that. And go in. So you can kind of see what they're doing on the shell. It looks like they have a centerpiece in here and little pieces coming out from the center. The tail piece has kind of a long, kind of a piece in here, sort of like that. And it's got a rim around there. So let me put that in. And up at the top, whoops. And because it's dimensional, there's lighting in here. The light's coming from this direction and it's hitting the side of that. It could be coming top down because there's also light there, light here, light on the two sides. If it was coming top down, you'd think the light would be coming on the top. So I'm thinking it's hitting it at an angle. Could be coming from two directions for all I know. So I am just going to make some little shell-like drawings in here. I'm not really worried about it being perfect. It is, after all, just a little doodle. And we'll do the same thing over here. So I'm just putting little, almost rock-shaped shell structures in there. Now, the button itself is in the light here. You can see the dimension of it because it's highlighted here and there. So I'm going to come and do a kind of a line in there and a line over in here to kind of give it some dimension. Now let's go to one of my Sharpies and bring it out a little bit more. Come on, I know I have nothing but Sharpies in this. So I pulled out a gold. Oh. Here we go. Let me turn the fan toward me. When I first come in here, I don't really need the fan, but after I'm in here a while, it gets warm. All right, so I'm just going to kind of put this, draw this out over the pencil marks. And here again, I'm not worried about it being, looking exactly like that, because I'm just playing. And the tail kind of has those shell-like structures on it too. We'll come back to the tail. The head, you can kind of see it's got eyes in there, right in there and right there, but they're very light. This is a button. So they probably tried to carve something out in there. Probably not that big, but, and then it kind of goes like that. I don't know. It's kind of weird. But it is a button, so I have some leeway there to say it's not a real turtle. It's a button turtle. Alright, now I'm gonna do the outline in here. Now, I like the walnut ink, but I'm needing some shadow in here. So I'm wanting some gray. What's happening to my... Let's do the bottom foot. The bottom foot kind of has a, like that, shape. Kind of comes out with the toe and the... And then the front foot. Kind of big old front foot. One, two, that toe isn't so pointy. I gave him a sharp toenail. And then the little scales on the shell. I call them scales, they're just shapes. They're not scales, they're just turtle shapes, shell shapes. And then there's the same thing going on over here. There's kind of a center going down that way. So it's been really hot here. I get out early in the morning and water the plants. And now I'm going to, there are some shapes on the tail, so I'm going to kind of lightly put some in here. There. So there's my turtle. Now, I want some shadow on him though. And I'm not sure what I want to use. I don't want to use a paint pen. And let's see. I have an S-gel pen in here. I do, and it's a bold. So what I'm going to try to do is put some ink on here and grab my pen, my brush, get it wet, and bring it in here. And I could probably put some shadow, you know, like in here. Around his foot, I'm looking in there. and just make it really dark. These S-gel pens, the bold one, oops, I don't want the ink. The bold ones are water soluble, so you can do this with them. Just bring it out, get some gray color in there. That's not quite the darkness that I want. Where's my pen? Where'd I throw that thing? I gotta quit throwing these pens around. I lose them. Let's put some more dark in here. And see here, I had it wet already, and it kind of smoothed out in there. Let's try that. Let's try some water. Let's try it in here. So I got that wet with water, and I'm going to take my pen and go in there, and it kind of smooths out, blends out. I kind of like that going on. And then I can take my brush and move it around. Let's do that again. Well, I'm going to do it in here even though there's no shadow in there. I'm going to put some shadow in there because, whoops, I want some ink. Now I'm going to take my pen and just, let's put water around that, around the button. Whoops, that was, I don't know if I want ink. I keep dipping it in there. Let's try that. Blot that up. It's not what I want. I want water. I want it wet. And then I'm going to take my pen, and it doesn't streak, it kind of blends it out. And I do like that, especially for the backgrounds. And then I can take my brush and kind of blend it out into the side there. I'm liking that. And let's do it all around here. I keep losing my brush. I don't know if that was the one I was using. Where's my brush that I was using here? I might have to zoom in a little so you guys can see it better. Let me zoom in just a little. It's hard to stay in frame when you zoom in. There he is. So I'm kind of right over the cross mark there. But I feel like he needs to be a little darker. Where's my Tombow markers? Do I I have my Tombow markers in here. That's pen plus gear, S-gel, Sharpie, might be in the other case here. I keep losing my favorite tools because I don't put them all back in the same place. Becky says, have a place for everything and everything in its place. There's a Tombow marker. Tombows are water soluble too. But what I like about them, the Sharpie is good to get the detail, but the Tombow gives a nice dark line. And when I went to Hobby Lobby the last time, I couldn't find any of these Tombow markers, and I was very disappointed. I guess I'm going to have to order them on Amazon. That's what I'm going to start telling them when I can't find stuff. Well, I guess I'll have to go out to Amazon and not buy at Hobby Lobby anymore. And I was so disappointed. The shampoo that I like, that was recommended to me by Rhonda, was no longer on Amazon. So I don't know if they're going to quit making it. I don't know. You find stuff you like and they take it away from you. Now I could fiddle around and make this look more dimensional by putting some shadow in there. I'm not sure I want to do that. See, they got shadow up here at the top. And then the light is hitting it here on the sides, which makes it look like a little carved image. One, two, three, four. 4 toes. That turtle has 4 toes. That one's kind of messed up. Let's just put a line. Here. And even though I used I can see this is not a perfectly round circle. And I'm just about ready to call this done. As done as I'm going to make it. Did Sharon come in? Hi, Sharon. Graphite, Becky says. Graphite. What did she say? Angie says, here's some popcorn. Angie's passing out popcorn. Becky says, graphite. I do have an 8B pencil here. Maybe we'll use that on the next one. Let's put a little bit of a line in here. So this is a button. It looks kind of flat. We'll just call it a flat button. I'm happy with it. So we're going to call that done. This is week 21. Card 1. And Doodle deck. And July 14th, 2024, and we're going to call it Button and Turtle, and I suppose we could also put animals. Now, I saw some buttons out there, and I'll show you, they have insects in them. I'm not sure I could wear a blouse of buttons with bugs on it, on the buttons. Maybe I could, but Okay, this comes from the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and it's in the open access public domain. This is just for me. If I didn't put, I know now where I get it, but 5 years from now, now did I go get that from this place or that place? And I think all I want to do now is sign it. And I might start putting the media. The media is Walnut ink, markers, I'll just say black marker, and markers. Pencil. Because some of these I paint. I'm pretty happy with that. Pretty happy with it. Let's go down to let me refresh my chat, see if I can missing anything out there I need to be aware of. All messages. Kitty Jen says, hi Sharon. They're saying hello, 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 hello out there. I saw that. Becky says graphite. Angie's passing out popcorn. Angie says, Beth, not for them. They are getting rich. But she feels bad for who are buying them. Oh, yeah, Teresa says you really need to read the fine print when you order that stuff. I'm going to put them in the 2 envelopes and just send them off because that's really what I bought them for. I'm just kind of sad that I only got 2 of them. All right. Am I at all messages? Yes. So let's move on to another doodle here. We did the turtle. Let me get out another card here. Where are they? Over here. Now I'm going to keep it right in there. And let's go to off. And let's go to my button search here. I think I got it in here. Doodle that. Go ahead, messages. That's the turtle button. Button search. And I'm going to automatically go to page 2 because page 1 I know doesn't have anything I'm interested in. So let's go back to page 2 where I found the turtle. And there's the portrait. There's a dog one. And then there's the turtle. We got a frog. Should I do the frog? Could do them in the same way that I do. Let's see what else is here. There's a whole bunch of these white ones. The lion, the elephant. He reminds me of an animal cracker. There's the frog side view. And there he is. Several different views of the frog. There's the dog. That's kind of cool. I don't know if I could do him, but well, of course you can. There's the turtle again. This one interested me. This one's kind of cool. Let's bring that one down. Let me click on it and see it says open access, public domain. So I'm going to save the image and open it and edit it and get rid of some of the white space out there. Don't need to do a whole lot. And save that. Now I'll need black. I want a blendable black. And that Tombo's blendable, but I want something more. I'm thinking. I had those watercolors that Becky sent me, but I think I took them out. Oh no, here they are. Let me grab these watercolors. Let me get over here, because there's a whole bunch of stuff on top of everything. Of course, there's stuff on top. What was I doing here? Are these them? No, those are photographs. Where did I do with those watercolors? I put them in a box, but I don't know what I did with the box, Becky. See, I've got to organize here, because that's what I'm wanting now, and they're not here. But, however, what do I have over here? I know I have watercolors, but I was wanting to use Becky's. But since I can't get to them, I have these that I got at Keisha's auction there. Sennelier watercolor. Excuse me, a mosquito bit me on the back of my leg. We'll play with these. Let me get the turtle out of the way. And we'll also play with the walnut ink. But let's do a round. We need different round circles. But I'm going to do the round. I'm going to put it right in the center again. And we're going to come in with the number 2 pencil. This is a Mod Podge container. And I'm just going around the bottom to get a semblance of a circle. It won't be perfect. Okay. And then I need a smaller one in here. Maybe I can do that. I'd like to turn that upside down. But I guess about the right size, I guess. But don't spill the water, Mary. She just about did it. All right. That's pretty good. Now I need a smaller one in here. Like I'm looking. And maybe a cap. Like, that's got a square edge on it. Here, this fine art glitter glue. There's always something. Oh, that's about the size. That's a little bit too big. And the little paint bottles are too big. I need a little bottle. I'm looking. I got a punch. Glitter glue, I think that's too big too. But the cap's not on it. Do I have one with a cap on it? I'm looking, hold on. I've got a paint bottles with the cap on it. I've got a glossy accent that I haven't opened yet. Oh, let's see what this is. This might be perfect. This is some distress ink. That's pretty good. Because I can always fudge it. And I'm just getting a semblance of what this will be. Whoops. Oh, it's way too big. It's too big. I wonder if I can... No, because it's a squeeze. I guess I'll draw it. Because it needs to be smaller. It needs to be more like that. And then these out here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then it's got some distressed area in there. So we're just going to put in some circles here. After all, this is a doodle. Let me put this. This is Distress ink of aged mahogany. Probably got it at somebody's sale. So I usually don't buy that stuff. I'd like to, but... Alright. This one in here with a center and another center, really. There's more than one center in there. And one over here with a center and a center in the center. And there's really a black dot in the center of those, but I don't know if they're going to show for me. All right, here, and a center in there, and a black dot, and over here. So this is kind of doodly. This is kind of doodly. And I could see doing several of these and chain them together like you would a button. And let's use this 8B pencil, and I want to use the Senilay watercolor too. Let me put my turtle away. I don't want to spill my walnut ink. I could very well do that. Let's get this out, if I can. I haven't opened these in such a long time. Oh, I think I'm opening on the wrong end. Very simple, Mary. Open the latch. And so this might be the black down here, I'm guessing. Let's put a little, it's either this or this. I think that's a dark blue. And the Senilays, what's with them is they have I think it's, is it wax or egg? I can't remember what it is. But they have a different base to them. I should research that stuff. I know it. If somebody would tell me, I'd go, oh, I knew that. And it's just that I don't, you know, you just got so much going on in your life, you don't remember all that stuff. All right. So I'm going to take a little of this. And we're going to start. And this is more of a Payne's gray than a black. Let's see what this is. That's a dark blue, bluish black. Then I'm just going to kind of come around here. Now what I'm wanting to do is grab a little bit of this walnut ink and see if that doesn't darken it, but it's so wet. I hate to... let's get it off my brush. See, I think if I mix that brown with this, it darkens it a little. And you can bring that out and make it lighter up in here. And you can also blot for the highlight area in there. So let's go around. Try to keep it as round as possible. And this is kind of fun to do. This is Now when I was drawing it, I really did feel like I was doodling, but when you get to using your watercolors and your paints and that, you don't feel like you're actually doodling anymore. But I do like going out to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and looking at things and working off of them. So I do call these doodle decks, even though the word doodle is kind of give and take here. But I'm liking what's happening here. Let's bring the dark around in there. And I'm just taking my brush and brushing off because I want kind of a dry brush when I reach into that walnut ink. And I'm picking it up and bringing it around the top area in here. And then I'm kind of blotting it, lifting it a little. I'm liking that. You think I could do the dog, Jen? Maybe we'll go back to the dog. Whoops, what did I dip did I dip it in the black? I was talking to Kitty and no, I dipped it in the brown. Didn't I? It didn't look brown to me. And I got a little off there. All right, I'm liking that. So now we want to go back to the black up in here. This is more of a Payne's gray than a black, but I'm good with that. Yeah, let's get off and go into my walnut ink and kind of just go around it. And when I lift it, it kind of fades into the color I want. And then I want a dark, dark black, and I think I'm going to use my Tombow marker in here. And then you can use your Tombow marker to kind of define some areas in here. I didn't say they were perfect. And let's use the Tombow marker to define these areas. Now they have a bit of gold in there. And maybe I'll go do those before I do these. And I'm going to wash out my brush. It's pretty dry. And let's go to that yellow ochre here. And the very centers in here. We're just going to kind of put some gold on them. And I'll come back in and adjust those. I'll let those dry a little. And while that's happening, I want to go here and come here. Start a new tab. Of course, you get all the shopping stuff. Honey. I was thinking wax, but it's their honey. There's honey is the base. The base. Oh. Can't think of the word. The blender. Let me get this in here. Let me look at this Senolay. Come on, come in. Well, it's not going there for me. Why isn't it going? Oh, there it goes. Honey based. Except the binder is the word I'm thinking of. It's got a honey based binder, the Senolay watercolors. The roots of Senolay watercolors are to be found in the Impressionistic school. At that time, painters drew their inspiration from nature and set out to reproduce natural light. Watercolor technique offered spontaneity and lightness of touch, fluidity and transparency, allowing a quick translation of a particular light. A watercolor tailored to the needs of today's artists. A honey-based watercolor. Honey has many virtues, a symbol of light and sun, an emblem of poetry and science, and has been used since ancient times as a remedy for dry skin and to help heal wounds. Always striving for excellence, Senolay has reworked its watercolor formula with an increasing amount of honey in the paint to reinforce the longevity of their colors, radiance, and luminosity. So I'm liking what's going on here. I'm looking at it in my tablet, and I'm really liking what's going on. Now let me go back to my picture here, and we're going to go back to, let's see. I think what I want to do before I go to my Tombow marker, because I know my Tombow is water soluble. I want to grab some more of this walnut ink and kind of go in here and then lift it real fast here. And I might have to go back and put in my yellow ochre again. Because what I'm doing is getting rid of that bright white and kind of toning it down a little. Oh, hear my brother moving around in there. He sure has been coughing a lot lately. I try to get him to quit smoking. He said, oh, I've had that cough forever. Well, I know you've been smoking forever. I don't know. Can't. Yes, he says, I'm old enough. I'm going to do what I want to do and enjoy the rest of my life. You can't argue with that. And I'm going to put that yellow back in. And then I'm going to let it dry. Then I'm going to come in with my Tombow markers. And while that's drying, I think what I'm going to do is take some of this. And this brush is almost too small to handle that background. Let's get a little bit larger brush. And let's see what I'm doing out here. That's larger, but I want a flat one. And I can't see because the light's in my eyes. What do I have here? Here. This one. And what we're going to do is grab some of this and just go in the background. I'll lift some of that up. I like the pretty golden color of this walnut ink. Whew, got a lot on there. It's enough to do the rest of it, I think. And let me blot that. Yeah, I like it blotted. Kind of makes it more natural, brings in some of the highlight there. Okay, that's more ink than I need. Let's wash out my brush. And I think I can go back here to the Tombow marker. And let's bring out some of the detail on this. And like I got that circle crooked, but okay. I am wanting to go upstairs and find an old t-shirt and make some t-shirt yarn now, like what K3N did on her channel. So that may be my next project. I don't need t-shirt yarn. But I really enjoyed watching her do that. Which way was I working? I don't know, I think I did this one, but I'm not happy with it. This will be I did, this one I messed up. And I'm going to leave it. She said while she touches it. Yeah, I like these tumble markers a lot, but you have to be careful. You have to know what they'll do, because if you think you're getting permanent, you're not. And if you get too much water on them, they'll run just like everything else. But I like the control I have with them. Now, let's take, hopefully I can do a big black line without too much trouble here. And I gotta get things out of the way. It's a little more round. It's not a perfect button, but that's okay. I think I'm happy with it. I think I'll call it done. It's not perfect. I could use some more shadowing in here to make it a little deeper, but I'm going to leave it the way it is and move on. What time is it? It's almost 8 o'clock. So we've got week 21. Card number 2, Doodle deck, July 14th, 2024, button. That's all I'm going to use, it's just a button. And it's from the Met, open access. I do this for later on, public domain, so that I'll know where I got this reference photo from. I should put ref photo. That's all I have to do, sign it. So we've done the turtle. I'm letting my tablet catch up. We've done the turtle and just a round button. So let me come out and look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. See what's going on out there. Chat filter. Top messages. Chat filter. I don't like this. I wish I could just change them by hitting the top and making it all. Did Katia come in? Hi, Katia. Hello, hello. Katia, I did find that information on the Catherine wheel, and I printed it off. I need to read it through. I haven't read it through yet, but I do have that information. Mina, send it my way. Send it my way. I'm tired of this hot weather, Katia says, that we're having up here. I'm barely able to do some tatting. I tatted a 12-inch long piece of ring and chains just to keep myself going. And boy, I'll tell you, Katia, I am so appreciative because my attention gets scattered sometimes because I'm either watching a video or listening to my brother, or something distracts me from my tatting, and I'll forget a Picasso, or I'll put my chain into the Picasso instead of doing the 3 starting double stitches of the next ring. I do dumb stuff and I'm having to pull it out. And I'm going, I'm so thankful that Katia showed us the easy way to pull out those double stitches, because I was doing it the hard way, believe me. And I hated to pull out stuff, but this way it's kind of fun. So, but I did it as a trim for a piece of slow stitch. I'm going to put up a photo later on of what I did. But, and then I'm working on my Christmas trees. I found that Catherine wheel information. I need to read through that. So I'm thinking what I want to do here pretty soon is start my little tatting journal for this class. And I'm thinking the first couple videos I'll probably zip right through. But I'm thinking I'm going to go back and listen to all the videos. I'm finding I learn stuff. Just like what I was saying about these Cinele watercolors. I knew what the binder was, but I couldn't recall it. And the binder is honey. I was wanting to say wax. It's not wax. The binder for these Cineles are honey. And I find that with a lot of things that I work on with the tatting. Okay, I know how to do a split chain, a split ring. I know generally how to do that, but then I start tatting and I go, okay, now when did I do this? And when, and so, and it really comes with practice. It comes with doing something over and over and over, so you have the memory of what you're doing. And there's a lot to learn with tatting. I don't remember everything all at once. There's Rhonda. Hi, Rhonda. It's good to see you. Rhonda, it's Jinx. Hi, Jinx. Hi, Rhonda. Rhonda, did you see? I went out to order more of that shampoo with the Clairol herbal essence with the tea tree, and they weren't selling it anymore. I don't know if, and I tried to find it on other vendors. I found something else. I'm wondering if they're changing their formula for that. Do you know? I did find it at Walmart and Walgreens on their website, so the next time I go to town, I'm going to look for it. I don't know. Let's go out and look. We were out on Amazon last Friday night. Let me go out to my Amazon and just put it in there. I found all other types of tea tree shampoo, but I put in, don't tempt me. I put in Clairol, tea tree tea, and it's really herbal essence, but it should come up under tea tree shampoo. See, this is not Clairol, this is some other brand. This is Gibbs. This is some other brand. I don't know what brand this is. Herbal extract. This is Desert Essence, but it's not the Clairol kind. And so I can't find it out there. Now here, let's go to this. They got herbal essence in the pink set. Essence, shampoo, and conditioner with rose hips and jojoba, but it doesn't say anything about tea tree in there. It's got rose hips in it. And this has honey in it. Herbal essence sulfate-free shampoo with honey for daily moisture. Doesn't say anything about tea tree. Here it says the herbal essence here. This is argan oil. This is the rose hips. This is the honey based. And I can't find any with the tea tree like what I was getting off of there. That says argan oil. That's chamomile, not chamomile, chamomile. But I can find it when I go to like Walmart and I'm going to see, but I think I've looked at my local Walmart and I can't find it at my local Walmart. So if you find it, let me know. It was very affordable on, yeah, maybe that's why they took it back. Jojoba? It looks like Jojoba. Jojoba. Jane says, I wonder if they went out of business. They've been around for a while. Well, they got all other kind of herbal essence, but they don't have the tea tree. Yeah. So I'm kind of disappointed. I'm going to see if they have it at our local Walmart. If they don't, I might try ordering it because I saw it on the website. So I'll check out when I have to go to town next week. You'll keep your eyes out. Okay, Rhonda, it's good to see you. And it's good to see you, Katia. You cool off. Let's see what did Angie said, Mary and all, I'm going to go. I need to call and check on my aunt. Good night. Good night, Angie. Did Legia come in? Hi, Legia. Welcome in, Legia. It's good to see you. Mina says it's finally starting to storm. Mina's in Arizona. She said, and it's hailing. Oh, no. Well, hail is frozen. You're getting some frozen water in Arizona. Only it's in the form of hail. Weird weather, Mina says. Yeah. Well, Mina, earlier she said, it's cooled down to 102 and 103. And I'm sitting, oh, that would be a heat wave here, Mina. Mina's in Arizona. Becky said good night. She said she's flat exhausted. I hope everyone has a wonderful week ahead. Becky, if you go to Aunt Beck's channel, you will see Becky and Scott have been working in their garage all day. They're doing some cleanup in there, and they were putting up, I think it was plywood, and they painted it, and they're cleaning out, they're giving away, I think it was his grandfather's lathe. But one of her videos that Becky showed, she was showing two file cabinets were in the back of the truck. And Becky unloaded one of them all by herself by taking out the drawers and everything. And I guess her son helped her get the other one out. But Becky and Scott are dead on their feet, tired. They've been working out in their garage all day, but it's looking pretty good out there. And I have to tell you, I'm going to have to call him again tomorrow. My brother came in the other day and said there's a big old branch, and it's not on our property. It's on our neighbor's property behind his garage or his shed out there. Big old tree branch in our last windstorm blew down, and it's pulling on the wire going to our house. And it's pulling on it pretty good. And I called them Friday, and the lady said, well, we're not sure it's ours. But she said she'd have to check, and she never called back. But I went out there today, and it's still pulling on the wire. So I've got to call them tomorrow and say, did you check on that branch? It's really pulling on it. We don't want to touch it. We don't want to touch it because it's pulling on a wire, and that wire is probably a live wire. And I'm really leery of it because it's pulling on that wire pretty good. So Aunt Beck went to bed. There's Ruth. Oh, she went to bed. Ruth says, good night, Mary. Good night, all. I didn't see her come in. Oh, Ruth. Kitty Jen. I missed Ruth coming in. I'll have to message her and say thanks for popping in. I don't see her other than when she said good night. Aw. So I think I missed some messages here. So I'm really thankful when you guys talk to people that pop in, because then I see. Oh, wow. Katia says, Mary, I sent you what I've been working on to be showcased in the permanent gallery at the fair I'm doing next month. I'll check it after the stream, Katia. I'll bet it's beautiful. I was thinking about you the other day. Katia was telling us Katia is an excellent tatter, and she was telling about this tablecloth that she made, and it sounded beautiful, and she gave it away as a gift, and it was destroyed in a house fire. It just breaks my heart even to think about it, because I did that little 12-inch trim, and I thought, wow, I've never done a 12-inch trim before. And I'm trying, Katia, to make myself go down to a tinier thread. But, you know, I did the trim. I started out with DMC 12. That kind of is sold with the embroidery floss, but it's a DMC and it's on a ball. And it's a number 12 thread. But it's pretty thin thread. But I would think that a 20... And see, as you go higher, your thread gets skinnier. But I think that that number 12 thread is skinnier than the 20 thread that I buy. I've got some DMC Sibylla. So there's a difference in the threads. But, you know, I did that number 12 thread tree in green. And boy, I tell you, I struggled with it. I went to a higher needle, and I tried some with red, and, you know, I'm not ready for a really thin thread yet. I'm going to try the DMC 20, which I feel like I have more of a feel for it in my hands. Even with the number 10 thread, sometimes I struggle with my big hands. So I'm working on it. Jinx said she'll keep her eye out for my shampoo. Let me know. Jinx says, I need to get rid of some stuff. I do too, but I'm not ready to. I need to, but I'm not ready to. Okay, let's go out and go back out to my, those are my notifications. Let's go back out to my Doodle library here. And this was the button search. Oh, I have to get it into the links here. They changed things to where if you turn your links off and on. Whoops, I hit the... I want to go to the button search, and I want to go to page 2. That's where I found that one button. And I'm just going to go down to the bottom here. Go to page 2. I did pick out a few buttons and save the links off, but I'm kind of just searching for them here. Let's see, we've looked at, there's the dog. The dog, though, well, that dog is just, I think we've got a dog in a circle, because there's the dog and the frog and the lion. The elephant just reminds me of a animal cracker. I want to eat it. It says sleeve button. There's the frog and the frog. There's the dog. Should we do the dog? Was it Jen that said, I think you can do that? All right. Let me click on it and grab the link. Copy for those of you who want the link to come out to chat. And let me put that in chat. Is that, come on, what's going on here? And I'm just going to, I'm going to put dog. Come on. D-O-G button. And paste the link for you all. And send it. And then we'll go back out to it. And I'm going to try to do that. No, I'm going to have to bring it down. Save image. Open. Because it's pretty. I'm going to have to change the lighting so I can see where that dog head ends there. And maybe close in on it. We don't need all that black space. And let's change the lighting. Let's go darker. There. That's pretty good. I think I need some sharpness here, maybe. Exposure, contrast, highlights, shadow, saturation, tint, temperature, sharpness. I guess the only way you can go is up. Now that's a little better. So I can see. Let's go up a little bit more. There. I'm going to save that. Let's go to... Let's go to the... Whoops, I got out of that. Hold on. Let's go back here, go to my lighting, and I want to go to... Well, I keep changing that. It's not what I want to go to. There. I want to go to highlights. Tint, saturation, shadows, highlights. And let's click on that a little. Bring out some of the highlights there. All right, let's save that. Increase resolution. There we go. Where's my clothespin? So we're going to do him, and need another, and my Mod Podge container, and my number 2 pencil. And I turned that lamp. Let me turn it back here. You might see some, well, you aren't going to see it. I see it. I got it. The lamp is reflecting on my desktop. All right. You see some shadows. I need to get me an overhead light. It's coming. It just isn't on the top of my list. There we go. So, the dog, the dog, the dog. I'm looking at the head. The back of his neck comes in line, almost in line with the mouth there. And a little bit lower from the mouth is the chin. So let's just draw this area. And then he's got this, he looks like he's a bulldog because he's got a lot of saggy skin in there. So let's give him some sag. And it kind of comes up this way. That's really going to be kind of hard to do. Like that. And then it's got a little sag in here. So it's got a little sag there. Comes up that way. So here's the neck area here, so the mouth area in here. But I'm afraid I'm not going to have enough room for the nose. So I'm going to have to move this over a little. I need my eraser. I tucked it under the... What did I do with it? I don't want to spill my ink. Where'd it go off to? Now, what did... Oh, I put it in with my paint marker so I wouldn't lose it. Hold on. I need my eraser. You know, the eraser is a Tombow sand eraser. And I'll bet you it erases that Tombow really good. My pencils do not have an eraser on the back of them. So I'm going to move his mouth area over to here. But I'm making it in line with the back of his neck. It's a little bit lower. Make it a little lower. So here's the neck, so let's make it down in here, the mouth area. And then his nose comes up this way, up that way, and his nose is up here, and he's got another jaw behind there that kind of comes down here. That's where I'm at. And kind of meets all of this in there. Now, what have I got here? And his nose is there. He's got a small nose. I mean, a small nose from his eye to the tip of his nose is not very long. And then he's got an eye coming this way, and his forehead comes up, up, up. Uh-oh. I might have to adjust him a little. Well, I'm pretty happy with him. And then his ear falls in here. And remember, this is a button. This is not a picture, so this is like made of a ivory or whatever they carved it out of. Back in those days, I think ivory was still... Alright, so I'm going to have to adjust this a little. So his eye comes in here, in there, like so, and like that. Now I'm pretty happy with that. And it's got a big eye there. And his nose is there. And I'm not so happy with this area. It's more. Yeah. And then he's got kind of a cheek in area in here that you only see because of the shadows. And the same with his eye. You only really see this stuff because of the shadow. So, could just take my pencil, and I think that's what Becky meant with the graphite, to gray that in with the pencil in here. I want to try to wet that and see what happens. Where's the... my Derwent number 8. This is a Derwent. It might be water soluble. Let's kind of shade some of this out. That's really kind of what I want anyway, but I'm going to go back in. This is a 8B. And we're going to do the background here. And then I'm going to hit it with some water. And I'm drawing on the rough side because I can see the texture of the paper. I don't know if you guys can or not. But I really see the texture of the paper in there. But maybe when I hit it with the water, I like to draw on the smooth side. So I don't get all that texture in there. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see what happens if I put some water on it. My water is kind of a dirty water, so, and it's not blending it too much. I think the color that you see there comes from the water. So I'm going to go in with some, should I go in with some watercolor? Just go in with some watercolor here. I like that better. Now, their button is white, mine's black, but I'm just doing it because I want it to show up. And this Cinelay, they did give us a white. A lot of watercolor sets do not include white or black. They'll give you a Payne's. This is kind of a Payne's gray anyway. But the white is a white. Yeah, I kind of went over there. Oops. I'm pretty happy with that. As far as the shape of the dog. The button's kind of crooked, but oh well. It's a handmade button. Now let's grab some of this. Let's grab some of the walnut ink. And I'm just going to go out in the background and swish some walnut ink on here to make it go with the others. This walnut ink is the ink that I made from our black walnut tree a couple years ago. And what you do is you boil the walnut. I boiled the walnut husks. I didn't boil the entire walnut. And it got the husks. Mostly, they kind of fall off. The black part kind of falls off. But also, our tree is on the very curve of the road. And the walnuts will fall out in the road and the cars run over them. And it breaks the husks off for me. How convenient. Don't want to ruin that on the inside there, but I want to. I'm kind of liking that. I got it. Now let's move my walnut ink. Oops, almost spilled it. Let's grab some more of this and kind of swoosh it in here. It's really too much. Swoosh it around. And I'm not being too careful here about my background. I'm just swishing and you can see my fingerprints in there. But this, I'm wanting this to be much darker here. But it dries, I think it's more of a Payne's gray than a black. It dries light. Yeah, I think a little more water I'm putting in there. That's a little bit more. See, it's starting to get lighter as it dries. Yeah. Not a perfect round shape, but I'm also going to go around with my Tombow marker after it's dry. Alright, I'm going to wash this out and then get some clean water, because my water's dirty. I'll dump it in this barrel over here. And let that dry a little. And then we need to put in some shadows in there. And how are you going to do that, Meri? I don't know. I got too much water in that. Let's spill it. Okay. I'm pretty happy with the shape of my dog. The shape of the button needs a little work on it. And I need a light gray. So what I think I'll do, hold the phone. Let's take my swatch card, add a swatch card here. Here's one. Swatch card that I can just, here's another one that I can just play on. Let's take that second one. And you can also do this, well, instead of doing on my swatch card, let's grab, looks like I got some going here, off of my lid. Oh, you can't see what I did. I put that bottle of ink on the cap of my, on the lid of my watercolor tray to keep it from, because it's not folding down flat. Alright, so what I want is a smaller brush, I think. Maybe this one. I want some water. and I'm going to wet this gray. So I want a light gray, almost a wash gray in there. And we're going to, well, let's do his ear first in here. Just put some shadowing down in here. And of course, this is a different gray than what's showing up here, but it works on this for what I'm doing. And then there's some shadowing on the top of the ear here. A little bit of shadowing going on up here. His whole face is kind of in a very, very light shadow on the dog, if you can see right in there. So I'm just going to kind of, I even want more water. His whole face, kind of what makes his nose stand out. And then underneath of this, in here and underneath of his chin is in shadow. And up in here, whoops, oh, I got a little too much in there. Alrighty. Now area in there, get some detail in there. And around the nose. And this is watercolor, so if it got wet it would get destroyed unless I used a fixative on it, and I'm not planning on doing that, so I'm trying to go a little darker in spots here, and I'll come in with the pen. Shadowing in there. Alrighty. I'm pretty happy with that. Not with this here. Go back with that black up there. Or Payne's Gray or whatever it is. Yeah, I messed that up. I don't know if I can get that out of there. It's bleeding in there. I need a tiny piece of tissue. See if I can't lift that. I'm going to leave it alone. Now, where's my Tombow marker? My button's kind of not in good shape. See if I can't fix the shape of this button a little. Go back to my brush and my black. While this is all drying in there, getting too much on my desk. I can't. can't move. So my button is black because I need him to show up a little. I think I'm going to leave that alone. Wash out my brush. And whoops, what did I do there? Let's get a little bit of ink and just a little touch of ink. It's not going on there. Huh. Things like that bother me when I see them and I can't fix them. Still a little white spot there. Blend it in. Alright, I'm going to my Tombow marker. And we're going to try to define some of those areas. Where's my Tombow marker? Where did I throw it? Gotta quit throwing stuff around. Now, I'm going to kind of define his eye area a little in here. Bring that nose down, define this area in here, kind of comes up and to the nose. And as much as I want, I can't make those lines too definite. A little bit in here. So he's got definite wrinkle marks here. That's kind of hard to do. You have to really work with your shading to get all of that in there. All right. I think I'm going to call that. And this is still wet, so I'm being very wary. I think I'm going to call it done. Hopefully I haven't messed up my marker. Sometimes when you do that, you mess up your marker. Make sure it's right in here. Now, sort of writing. I went through that water. There we go. I'm going to call it done. It's not perfect, but it's not meant to be perfect. So let's turn that over and document week 21. Look, that little corner. Where's my paintbrush? Little white mark on the corner. It's still white, but it's not as white. Week 21, card 3, Doodle deck. Dog button. 7/14/2024. The Met. Open access. Public domain. Excuse me. Got a tickle in my throat. Let me get a drink of water. Ah, that's better. I had a peanut butter sandwich for supper tonight. I'm going to put REF stands for reference photo. And I think that's all. Meridel Abrams. So there's card 3. Oops, like this. It's not perfect. I could, see, I don't like that area in there. Where's my flat brush? I throw these brushes around and then I want them and then I don't have them. Where did I throw that other brush? I want the flat one. Where did I throw him? These are round ones. Is that him? Well, it'll work. See, it just bothers me in there. And it bothers me up here, too. Now I'll put it aside and let it dry. He's not perfect, but he's a dog. And we did a round button and a turtle. So what shall we do next? Let me come out and look at chat. It is 20 till 9. I go until 10. Let me refresh my chat. Chat filter, top messages, chat filter, all messages. Jen says, he's looking good, Meri. Thank you, Jen. Mina says, I don't know. We do have them occasionally. Let's see. Let's go back up. Hi, Susan Jarrah. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Haven't seen you for a while. Welcome in. Welcome in. Joyce says, Susan, good evening. Susan says, hey there, Joyce. Rhonda says, hi, Susan. Mina says. And Nina said, back again, 80 mile per hour winds took out a window. Wow. At your place, Mina, 80 mile per hour winds took out a window. I lost power a couple of times, but it came right back on. I think the worst of the storm is over. Temp dropped from 101 to 67. Wow. Wow, what a temperature drop from 101 to 67. What? That's, 30-degree temperature drop? Wow. Any tornadoes? Joyce asked. Mina says, I don't know. We do have them occasionally. Back in the early 90s, a really bad one took down power poles over a good portion of the city and deposited 2 big trees on our roof. Wow, Mina, I'm glad you're safe. We've been having the worst storms lately, all over the country. I don't know. Tornadoes are, I get scared of tornadoes, but you know, down in Texas, they had that horrible hurricane that people are still trying to recover from. Several of people that go into Pearl's group, Pearl's Finds, the auction, several of them are still needing electricity back. And I guess it really, well, I guess that it's more how the utility company is struggling to come back online, give power back to the people. And there's some controversy there. I don't know anything about it, but keep the people down in Houston in your prayers. Hopefully nobody in Phoenix got caught in that 80-mile-an-hour wind that Mina just had. We've been having a lot of heat. Katia says she's so hot up where she's at, but she can't even tat. I get it. Man, I understand. Susan popped in. Let's see. She says, hello, Meri and everyone. Allie Kay's here. Hi, Allie. It's good to see you. I should put that dog here while I'm talking so you have something to look at. Allie Kay is here. It's good to see you, Allie. I'm back to where I put the dog button link in. And Rhonda says they've been getting a lot of rain lately. We had a lot of rain about a week or so ago, but now it's kind of tapered off. So I go out early in the morning, not real early. I go out mid-morning and get, because I don't want to be out there in the heat, but I do water the plants because, you know, when it gets hot, and those plants need water. My cherry tomato plant, it's not a cherry tomato plant. They call it a patio plant, but I thought I was getting little round cherries. My tomatoes are already, they're green tomatoes, and they're already as big as a tomatillo. They're not little cherry tomatoes. I'm going to have to, I don't know, I buy them at Earl May, and I said I want a cherry tomato plant, but they called it a patio plant. So, you know, it's going to be good anyway. But they aren't turning red yet. My brother's got several tomatoes on his plant, but they're still green. His zucchini is blooming. The cucumbers are blooming. My Japanese indigo is really struggling. I've got one plant that looks like it might make it. But out of all those plants that I put out there, I might have needed to wait till they got a little taller before I planted them. I thought, you know, they were about 2 inches tall. But I may need to wait till they got bigger because I can only identify one plant. But if I get one out of all of them, I'll be happy. I'm going to try it again next year. And we're always fighting the morning glory. Morning glory just thrives out there. I got some volunteer marigolds growing, and I water my porch plants. I don't have as many flowers this year. It's just easier for me to take care of potted plants. I bought potted petunias and potted fern plants rather than, you know, buying so many little marigolds. I do have some sun impatiens and a few petunias and that, but all right, where am I at? Katia says, Meri, I sent you. Okay, I'm caught up with everything. Let me go down to the bottom. Mina says, it's been weird weather. Susan says, Rhonda, Jinx, I'm sorry. My daughter and my grandkids came in and distracted me. Yeah, that is one heck of a drop in temperature from 101 to 67. So I think I'm all caught up with you guys. Jen said it tried the thunder here today, was more thunder yesterday, but no rain the other day, and it's very hot here. Yeah, we usually get our hot weather in July and August. Okay, let's see what else I can do here. Let's go back one. Let's go back one. All right, let's go back one more. Oh, I went to that link, didn't I? Let's go back to my... Let's see, we don't need that anymore. And that's my chat. Here's my... Let's go back to the button search and go to page 2 and zoom down. Page 2. I didn't really save off many buttons, links, mostly because I was trying to get those videos up. I'm going to go for the bottom and work up. See, they got a lot of, I guess they're showing the buttons on this jacket. I don't know why they put the man in the button search. Here's a beaded bag. I could kind of see why they would put that in there, but it's more bead than buttons. A toggle, a vase. See, I don't know why they put all these things in a button search. Hat stand, set of 3 buttons. Let's go to page 3. Where's the next link? I'm kind of searching for what I want to show here. Oh, this is pretty. I saved this one off. This one's pretty. And it is called a button seal with cartouche of Senwerset III. I think this is Egyptian. Let's hit the link. And it says artwork details, Middle Kingdom, Dynasty 1213, 1878 to 1650 BC from Egypt. Green glazed steatite, S-T-A-T-I-T-E, and I think I looked that word up, and it's kind of a soapstone. And it's a metal pin in the boring. Dimensions are 0.6 by 1.5 centimeters, or a 1/4 inch by 9/16 of an inch. And I think there are some other, is this the page? No. Well, that's sort of a button, but these don't really mean anything to me. So let's go work on this one. Here, I think this is where it's showing the cartouche here. I'm not sure. Let me do a new tab here and type in car. I don't want to say what it is and get it wrong. Cartouche definition. A cartouche is a carved tablet or drawing representing a scroll with rolled up ends used ornamentally or bearing an inscription. An oval or oblong enclosing a group of Egyptian hieroglyphics, typically representing the name and title of a monarch. So if I go back, that's not it. That's my dentist. Let's go back to, my button search. That's my dentist. I called him and made my appointment to September. And now I'm thinking it needs to be another month away, because September is kind of a busy month too. Let's just forget it. My poor, not my dentist, he's the oral surgeon, and I just not really wanting to go to an oral surgeon. So here's the button, and here's the detail page of it, and then right in here it says it's got a cartouche of Senwerset III, who's obviously Egyptian. And I looked up the word cartouche, and it said it's kind of a rolled up scroll. And if you look on here, you can kind of see the scroll in here. And it looks like there's a little figure or something in there. That's probably on the other side of the button. That's not the side we're going to do. We're going to do the front, which I think is very doodly. So what it is, if you look at this, let's bring it down. Save image. Oh, but before I do that, let's grab this and copy it and put it in my chat. And I'm going to call it an Egyptian button. Hi, Renee. Welcome in. She said it rained most of the day where she was yesterday. Susan says she's going to go reheat her tacos they brought me. Be right back. Tacos sound pretty good. Renee says they're under severe thunderstorm warnings where she's at. You're probably getting Mina's storms. Mina had a high winds and... No, wait a minute. I got out of everything. I can't do 20 things at once. Egyptian, E-G-Y-P-T-I-A. Egyptian button. And I'm going to put the link in. Yeah, Mina had some bad weather this evening. So there it is. Katie says, Renee, are you French? I'm asking because of the way you say your name. The way you write your name. Beth says, hi, Mary, I'm back. Hi, Beth, welcome back in. Hi, Beth. She says, I am not. I'm named Renee for unknown reasons. We used to call her Little Red Wagon. All right, let's go to the button here. And now I'm going to save it and bring it down into my library and edit it and get rid of all the white space. I don't need all that white space. And get more of a detail on it for my drawing. Boop. We don't need all of that yet. And I'm kind of happy with the coloring on this. This is a green glaze, and they call it a, and I'm probably mispronouncing it, S-T-E-A-T-I-T-E, steatite, and I looked that up, I think a week or so ago, and it's kind of a soapstone. So I'm going to save this. And let me get a new, I'm liking this one. Got the clothespin here to kind of hold my phone at an angle. Whoops. Put it flat. So this will be my fourth one. We'll probably get 5 of these done, and I even ironed my, what did I do with my cards here? I even ironed my pages tonight, my cheater eco prints. All right. So I think this is the rough side here, and this is the smooth side. With this B paper, it's kind of hard to tell. And let's put this, and I think I will use the watercolor. I think I'll use this teal color here and my black. And we're going to use the Mod Podge for the circle, and let's draw a button, a circle. That's pretty good. Doesn't have to be perfect, Mary. And it generally is not. Okay, so what this has, it's very interesting. When you look at it, it's kind of an optical illusion, because the first thing I see are these shapes like this, kind of the swirly shapes. But as you follow them, you realize that it's working into like a fold, a circular fold. Like this is a fold and this one's a fold, and they're all swirling into the center here. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did I count that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. So I'm going to mark my center here, kind of the center, sort of, and I almost want to practice it before I do it, because what it does, maybe I'll do that in ink on, there's my Sharpie, on the back of my swatch card here. And what it does, I'm practicing it. Bring that down that way. What it does is kind of a swirl line, but I need 9 of them. So, and we'll see, here's my center, or my pretend center, and it kind of, it swirls way out to the edge. There's a rim on it. We can put a rim on the outside. It swirls out to the edge, and then there's another inner swirl of this shape, and it keeps repeating that shape. I almost want to make that shape, and I almost want to make it out of a piece of copy paper and copy it around. Let's see if I can do something nice. Find a piece of scratch paper here. Of course, when I want scratch paper, it's not here. I just need a little piece. Tear this off. So it almost goes like this, and it comes around like that, and it goes around into the next one, but then it starts here again. I'm looking right here. It starts here, and that's what makes the side of this one, and that swoops down. Where's my center? My center's right in here. That swoops down into the center like that, and this one comes up, swirls down like that. This one comes around. It's very interesting design. Let's see, this one swoops up. There's and comes in here. And then there's another one that comes down this way. And I'm on this line and swirls like that. And then this one starts here again. And it keeps doing that. So I'm wondering, let's make this a little darker. If I can cut this shape out and repeat it 9 times. Well, no, because then I got this coming down that way, and that's not, this shape is different than this shape. It's a very interesting, because this one comes up again and swirls down. I might just have to draw it. Swirls down that way, comes around. And comes around like that. Or sort of like that. And then it starts out again over this way, comes down around like that. I guess I'll just have to draw it, but you need to practice it, because it's a very, it looks easy. When you look at that, you think, oh, I can do that. It's just a bunch of swirlies. But it's really more complicated than it looks. I think I'll go to a different button and come back to this one at another time. I think I need to practice this. I'm not comfortable with drawing it on there right now. So let's see what I have in my, let's go back out to here, and I want to grab this link again and copy it and put it in my Doodle deck. I'm going to go to another one. Ha! If you want to try it, you can. But I'm too tired to do all that thinking. Egyptian button. And I'll paste that in there. And let's go back. Let's see if I can go back. No. I have to go back to... Oops. What did I do? Let's get out of that. Oh, that's where I goofed. All right. So, I want to open it. Let's go back to the button search, which is up here. Turn on the links. Sorry. This is what happens when I don't set up all my links ahead of time. This is how I find stuff. Ahead of time, I go look for it. We were on page 3. I go look for stuff. This is a cool looking button, but I'd have to think a lot about those swirls. And I'm not ready to do that tonight. So let's go to another. Let's get rid of all the chairs. I don't know why they put chairs in a button search. I like these buttons, but there's a lot of thinking going on in here too, because they repeat this same shape. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 times? I'm not ready to do 11 times, so I'm getting out of that one. That looks like the same thing, same thing, same thing. There's some spoons. Oh, these are button hooks. They look like spoons. Call them button hooks. Ooh, now there's a cool one that looks like something Meri could do. Look how rough it is. It's called a flat button. That looks like Meri right there. Looks like Meri made it. Let me get over a little. And there's another one down below here that looks very distressed, very primitive. And it's got that pretty teal color and the grays. It's got some little circles. This little circle looks like it's wearing away. It's got a pretty red center. I kind of like that one. It's a flat circular button. Here's another one. I'm kind of liking these buttons. Look at that. Look how it has all those chips in there. Looks almost like a red brick chipping away in there. I like those buttons. Those are Those are junk journal buttons. What time is it? I'm having fun looking. Here are some cool buttons. It's got a man in there with a black face, but it's got a nice border. Here's another one with a man looking down, 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 down. Wherever he went. I guess I was right in here. The little man, see, here's his eyes there, and the nose is there, and he's looking down that way. And this little man, he's looking up. He looks happy. He's got some sort of a headdress on. I kind of think I'll go back to those. Here's some buttons with all sorts of scenery in them. They're kind of hard to see here because the picture has several of them on it. Some blue buttons with florals in there. Those are pretty. Here's a pretty one right here. French. Here's some ornate ones. Very ornate. Probably European, it says. Here's some very ornate. We're not going to do those. Take me forever to get that done. Here's some pretty ones. Rectangular buttons. Here's one with a landscape. Let's go into that. Oh, look, they got some animals down here. They got a doggy. They've got a doggy and a doggy. And what's on this side? Another dog. Ooh, I like this one. Whoops. And a landscape with a house. These are... Now, I could do these buttons. I like these. I'm floating around here. These are called button. They're French. Let's go into it. I'll give you the link. We're going to do maybe a couple of those. Ooh, look. Look. Ooh, pretty. See, they've done scenery of each one. So let me give you the link here. I'm just chattering away here. I'm waiting for my chat to come back. Teresa says, Mary, that one is very easy. It starts with a dot and you add the star lines first. And then from one curl to the other all the way around. Yeah, but when I'm curling around, my curls don't always match up. It probably is easy. You do it, Teresa, and send me a picture of it. I'm going to do these rectangular ones. So I'm going to put French buttons in chat. Teresa says she hates it when her phone starts to fly on me. I know. I do too. So I'm going to call these French buttons. French buttons. They're rectangular. And they zoom in on each one of them. Let me paste that in. So let's go back to it. Jen says, it's okay, Mary, it's okay. Renee said, I have more of what is called a triskel. Teresa said, I had a phone call, so I've been watching but not listening. Renee says, I love that repeating swirl pattern. I have a version of that as a tattoo behind one of my ears. Oh, really? So you really have it. Katia says, I can say they knew more than just how to use the accent, since your name is also written in the proper gender with accents. My parents knew enough to use the accent mark. It's talking about Renee's name. In America, we do not see the accent E often in Renee. That's true, we don't. And when you type it, you've got to put that accent mark over the E. You have to well, in the old style typing, you would have to type the E and then backspace and type the little accent over it. I think on our keyboards here, you hit a different button and it automatically puts the accent over it. But it is a nice name. Most names with the accent are French. That's why she asks. Oh, that's Beth. Oh, that isn't Beth Stoll. That's Beth, that's our Canadian Beth. I thought that was Beth, the Beth who came in. I thought that was Beth, I thought that was our other Beth. Hi, Beth, Canadian Art Barn Beth. I call her Art Barn Beth. Beth, if you're out there listening, I just realized it was you who popped in. Beth built an art barn studio, and I watched her while she was doing it. She says, I'm back. Hi again, Mary. Beth Swalwell, welcome in. Beth is from British Columbia, I think. She probably said, oh, Mary's not talking to me. She thought I was the other Beth. Thank you, Teresa. She says, I sent the steps on it to you in Messenger, Mary, how to draw the swirl. Well, I think I kind of got it here, but it's repeating it. It's repeating it, and after I did the first two, I said, I've had enough of that. I want to do these rectangular ones. And I already drew a circle. We'll turn it over and do it on the rough side. So let's go out. Beth, if you're out there listening, welcome in. Beth, Art Barn Beth. Art Barn Beth. Now see, these are showing all of the buttons here in one picture. But if you go down here below, I sent you the link. If you go down here below, you can see each one individually. And you just keep going by. Here's the house one, the house one. Here are the dogs. I like the dogs. They've got a little shine in there. Not sure why. This one doesn't. We're going to do him, I think. Look at his eye and look at what they did here. They just did a little swish for the eyebrow and a swish for the mouth, and they put a nostril on the nose. Very simple. And look at how they did the paws. Just some little black marks there. That's what Meri can handle. And then he's sitting on a ground in there. Let's do this. I'm going to bring him down. Save image. And I'm going to open it up in my gallery and edit it. And, you know, I think it's pretty well, because if I go changing this any, I think it's pretty well the shape I need it. So let's just go ahead and get back out of it, I guess. And I'll just do it like this. So I'm going to kind of get my pencil out again and just kind of draw that. See, it's got a white border, and I don't know if that's part of the button. I think that's part of the picture. I think the button itself is all black. I think the photograph shows a white border. That's how I'm going to do mine, is in all black. So I'm going to make it fairly large here, and I'm just going to sketch in the rectangle. And Teresa, thank you for sending that to me. I'll have to read Messenger after I sign off tonight, because Katia sent me some information too. So we're going to make it this shape. I just kind of sketched it in here. We're going to call that a button. She says, you're welcome, Meri. Now, how to draw that swirl. Beth did too. Kitty Jen says, there you go, Mary. I sent you on how I did that other button with the swirl. So Beth and Teresa both sent me information on that swirl. Oh. Joy says, Mina, I thought so. I've been around too many tornadoes. Let's see. What did Mina? Mina says, Joyce, I was just checking the local news. Tornado warnings were issued earlier today for this area. Well, Mina, you stay safe out there. I kind of like those distress buttons too. The one with the dot in the center. Those are kind of cool, but I kind of like this dog here. So let's draw him in. I'm going to kind of sketch him in here. I like how simple he is. Let's see, his back leg comes this way. He's got skinny legs. He's got skinny legs. His paws. Oh, let's give him a little more of a his leg is skinnier than that. And then the other leg comes behind it. I'll probably change all this once I see where I'm at here. And then he's kind of jumping up a little. So let's make this paw go up this way. And then this little paw here comes behind. He's jumping over that bush. There's a bush here. And this does have an eraser. It's kind of bad. I've got his body way too long. We've got to shorten his body up a little. Yes, comes this way, up this way. He's got an ear here. His head comes up this way. I'm going to zoom in on his head. I like him. And let's see, he's got, his neck comes in here. He comes out this way, like so. Still don't still not happy with that area. And then his eye is just a line with a dot, and his mouth is just a swish paint mark. He's got some spots on him. He's got some spots here. This leg kind of comes up again, like that. And then that other one comes behind. And he's jumping over a bush. And he's, look, they even got a little ground grass, a little green grass in there. A little swish of a green in here. And there's brown in there. And then the ground is just kind of floating in here. And we'll make this button a little bigger here. I think I have it. Enough for me anyway. And then there's dots on here. So I think I'm going to change my media to the paint pen. And I'll use the brown watercolor, but I'm going to use, maybe I'll use that wide one to put in the background. And you know, I didn't write the media down. Let's go back to these. The media on this button was ink and walnut ink and pen and Cinelay watercolor. Let me write that in there. Media. Walnut ink, Cinelay, I'm probably mispronouncing that, it's a French word, watercolor, and I'm going to put ink marker. And the same for the turtle, I've been using the same thing. Oh, and pencil. So I've kind of used the same things on all of these. The dog was watercolor and ink and media. Walnut ink. Cinelay, and I'm not sure I'm spelling that right. Watercolor. Ink marker and pencil. All right. I'm happy with these. I really am happy with them. What's going on here? Oh, my dog's upside down. A turtle, a dog. Well, this one goes in here, a round button. Now we're going to do a rectangular. And I got out this big black marker, and we're going to paint in the background here really fast. Falling off on me. Now this is this is not the brush, this is the bullet tip. It's wider and fatter. I think the skinnier ones, these are the Sharpie creative markers that they just came out with. That they only have 12 colors and no brown. And I'm just doing this black area here first. And then there's this bush. And there's a little green grass in there. so this comes way down to here. I do like these creative markers. Now, I have to allow for brown and a little cream and green. And then, so I think there's more black in here, but I'm not going to make it as wide. They got it pretty wide in there. But I'm running out of space. So I'm going to quit with that. Where did I put that cap? Oh, no, there's a little black in here. Okay, and I didn't do all of this. I'm not done, she said. You're not done, Meri. Alright. Now, let's get out the others. Let's get a light green. And they actually, the watercolor might work better for the green. And so let's go to the watercolor. Let me put this back. I'll get out my brush. Where's my flat one? Oh, dropped it right down on the floor someplace. Yeah. Let's go to that teal green that I like so well. Or it looks like a teal. It might not be a teal. And it's going to be in here. And I got some dirty water. Probably have a dirty brush too. It's kind of a teal green. It's not a grass green. Well, it's kind of a light green after I stare at it a little. And I didn't spray that, so. And then let's do the bush. I should have sprayed the whole set here. And I think I'm going to mix a little bit of this glue with it in spots, if I can get some out. And get my little blotter here and kind of blot some of this. Whoops. Wow, what did I do? What did I do? What happened to my chat? Kadia says also, can anyone also give me the thought on the question? It would be helpful since I've never worked with watercolor. Meri, I have a question. When you work with watercolor, which side do you like working on? You're giving me ideas to work with watercolor, paint, and padding. Ooh, that sounds cool. Well, it kind of depends on what I'm doing. When I'm drawing, when I'm doing some things like this, I like to work on the smooth side. If you want your texture to show through, But with watercolor, when I'm doing like a watercolor painting or something, and that's really a good question. I think it kind of depends on your preference. The rough side, of course, has more texture, and there's also a cold press and a hot press watercolor. And just to make sure I'm not giving you any misinformation here, I don't want to bookmark it. I want to go to a new page. Don't want to go to bookmarks. New tab. So I'm looking up the difference between hot and cold press watercolor. The main difference between hot press and cold press watercolor is the surface or the texture of the tooth. The cold press has a rougher textured surface with bumps and dimples that's more absorbent. Cold press paper is the traditional choice for watercolors and works well for a variety of techniques. Let's show more. The paint in cold press, so they're saying the texture grabs on to the it's more absorbent for cold press watercolor. Now we're talking about, are you using the rough side or the smooth side? So cold press would have more of a texture, so I would compare it more to the textured side of our traditional watercolor paper. But you can buy cold press paper and hot press paper. Most of the paper pads that we have are cold press, but there is a textured side and a smooth side. Hot press has a smooth, non-textured surface that's less absorbent. The hot press paper is designed to withstand multiple washes of water and is a good choice for projects with lots of small details. So if you're working to get in a lot of detail on a watercolor, you want to go to a hot press watercolor paper. And it will generally say, now on this pad, it doesn't really say because this is this is Walmart watercolor. But it is a cold press paper. Let's see what it says here. B Paper Company, it just gives the address, B Paper.com, natural white. Oh, it says cold press paper right here, acid free. So you kind of want to look on when you buy watercolor paper, and they did say, or I got this at Walmart, they did say it was cold press. Most of your pads that you get that are cheaper pads are cold press, and it has more texture to it. But there is, even on this, let me get out one of those cards because that's awfully big. I'm not an expert on this. I'm just telling you what I think. On this, I can feel more of the texture on one side than I do the other. And when let's get my swatch sheet out. You can see, let me hold this up close. When I watercolored on the textured side, can you see how it shows the texture in there? And I didn't watercolor on this side. Let's take a piece and with my dirty water. Let's do some of that green. See, this is smoother. It still has some texture to it, but it doesn't have that same roughness that it did on the other side. And what they're saying is if you want to get a lot of detail, see how you can already see the roughness coming through there, the texture coming through. And if you're working to get a lot of detail, and a lot of artists want to get a lot of detail, so that's why when I'm doing a drawing, like, you know, like my turtle and even my dog, I prefer the smoother side. Hot press watercolor is more expensive generally, and that's why your paper pads that you generally get like at Walmart and some of your discount stores will probably be cold press. But it's telling about hot press here is designed to withstand multiple washes of color and is a good choice for projects with lots of small details, like painting wet into wet. Paint does not sink in as much on hot press paper, so it dries faster. So if you want to know more, I would just type in something like what I did on Google, the difference between hot and cold press, or the difference between a textured and a smooth watercolor paper. And that's from an AI, an artificial intelligence overview. Google has AI. And then see, there's learn more here. So you can go out, find information in faster with AI overviews and Google search. Get IO, oh, that's talking about their Google in there. Cold press is made by pressing the sheet through cold metal rollers to create texture, while hot press paper is made by pressing it through hot rollers to eliminate the texture. So when you buy your watercolor paper, if you buy it at an art store, you'll probably see hot and cold press, or they could probably get hot press for you, but be aware you're going to pay more for it. Good night, Susan. She says, I gotta go. It's getting busy around here, and get busy. I have good nights, and I hope your weather's act right for everyone. Thanks for popping in and saying hello to us all, Susan. It's good to see you. And Katia, take all of this with, I'm not an expert on all of this. It's just what I kind of gather from all the information. So you're saying that you're thinking about working some watercolor paint and tatting. That sounds, are you working some tatting, thread tatting with your watercolor paper? Or are you going to draw or paint the tatting on the watercolor paper? That's something, that would be very pretty. That would be very, very detailed if you were drawing it on there. I have done videos in the past, way in the past, where I would go out, and this was before I even thought I could ever do tatting. I mean, this was a couple years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, where I would draw lace, I would draw filet crochet. I wonder if I can find any of those in my I'd have to go to studio. Let me do that without showing you the dashboard, because that's kind of personal information, but I find my searches are better in my Creator Studio. Let me go to my content out here. This is called Creator Studio, and you can download it from YouTube, but it's for people who create videos. And these are, they have it, their video shorts, lives. This is all the content that I created, all the playlists I have, the shorts, the lives. I can sort it by visibility, but I thought, yeah, there is a search. I'm going to search for, hopefully this will just search my channel, filet crochet, and maybe it'll bring up some of my old videos that where I drew. Art Journal Crochet work page. So here's one that I did, and this was this was in 2014. And let's see, let's go out to it on my channel here. And do I have the sound down? Yeah. At that time, let me get rid of this and put it in. At that time, when I was doing these videos, I had a really bad camera. Let's see if I can improve the quality. Quality. Advanced. No, I only go to 720. But see, I had a bad camera out there, and I only could do, that typing is really bad. There are several different ways to art journal, and there are several ways to do crochet work. What is really fun is for those of us who do art to also, yak about it. So here I have an art journal. This is when I still lived in Madison. I put black paint on my art journal page. And I've done some other, with my fine liners, I've done some, I drew lace. I didn't really draw tatting. Let me go through this a little. So here, let me get to it. Here I'm doing a coffee one. I did coffee ABC. I did a sampler. First sampler with crochet cross stitch, and I drew all that on there. That's my art journal page. That's not a crochet work. That's not thread work. That's a drawing of thread work. And let's see if I have any more out there. Here I'm showing some, where was I? Right here. Here I am showing some different types of crochet that I drew out there. I don't have any tatting. I wasn't even thinking tatting. I was thinking filet crochet here, and I was showing different ways to do different stitches. Whoops. In there. Okay. Can I go any further? So here I've kind of filled in squares, left squares blank, rows with fill in and blanks. Come down here. I've been playing with different ways to, this phone is weird because I touch it and it goes, okay, I'm flipping the page. Here's some more drawings I did of lace work. Let me stop this and zoom in on it. So this is all drawing, and I did these with either the fine line paint applicator or I used that Bic white pen, the Bic whiteout pen. I like to do a lot of this. This is black paint with white, either the Bic whiteout pen or I have a fine line applicators that look like you put paint in them. They look like this. This happens to be an old one that I have with red paint in it. And, you squeeze the paint out. I don't know. I think I used the Bic pen on, the whiteout pen on this. But I've got some more, too, that I've done different things. This is good for me. All of these art journals are in Madison. I don't have any of these home with me, or I would grab them and show them to you. I can show you the old videos. Let's go see what else I have out there. Here, let's see. I'm just kind of zooming through. What do I have here? Go confident in the direction of your dreams. I think this was a, Tim Holtz used to say that. Was that what he used to say? Go confident in the direction of your dreams. But here again, I was representing filet crochet. And this is an old art journal I was working in. 2014, I was still in Madison. I did not have good cameras back then. Technology on the phones have really improved. Let's see what else is in here. Just in this one video. Oh no, this is the Tim Holtz one. Whoops, I got out of him. Let me go back. This is Live the Life You Imagined. I think this was the Tim Holtz one, but I drew all of this on a 2-page layout. And here's my scissors. Whoops. Here's the scissors that I put in. And I have a background. I painted a background, just, a art journal background with all different shaded colors. And then I drew black lines that represented the filet crochet, and I drew in the scissors, and then I worked out the words in there. That was fun to do. Let's see what else I have in here. I don't think this other one shows up very good. Let's see. Oh yeah, it does. This was a doily one that I drew. I think I did this with the paint applicator. And up here, I was drawing leaves around a journal spot. And up, you know, I just drew different shapes that represented lace. I would do a lot of these lacy drawings. I should do that again. And let's see, over on this page was an art journal page. I don't think there's just some little edging around the border, just little trim work. Let's see, what else? Live the life you imagine. Looks like I'm getting ready to do something there. No. Pull up for precise. Picture viewing. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm drawing a square. Oh, I'm just drawing. See what I'm doing there? I'm just drawing little, and I am using a white pen. There I'm using a black marker to draw my filet crochet. And I'm just shading in where, you know, the stitches go. But I could see you, I'm not sure what you're planning on doing with your watercolor and tatting, but if you wanted to draw tatting, I could see you do something very similar to this. I'm just putting in some, looks like some knitted stitches in there. Not sure exactly what I'm drawing on a tag is what I'm doing. And there's my tag. There's my tag. And I'm showing it off. And then there's black on the background and where I started to draw the white down at the bottom. Let's see what else, where do I go from here? I'm going to my art journal that I was working in. And I'm going back to this page and I'm going to put it with there. I think I'm ending this pretty close to the end. Just kind of flipping through the pages. So that's an example of how I used to draw lace. I should do more of that because now that I've tatted, I probably have, but I don't want to do, I don't know what you're thinking of doing. I don't want to conflict with what you're doing. But you could get out there and go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art and grab a lace piece. And let's go back to my chat and see what she's... I'm out of my chat here. Let me go back to my YouTube. And I'm not in my live stream. Let's get out of that and go back. See what Katia is saying to me. I've got some other videos out there too, where I probably do them with my fine line paint applicator. This one was just a flip through of some things. Let's see, I want to go to my live stream. Live chat. Let's see what she's saying. Let's go back to where she asked the question. Got an ad. Hold on. Skip it. Yeah. Now I lost my chat. Where's my chat? Let's go back. Hi, Jacqueline. Yeah, those art journals, a lot of my art journals, my older art journals are in storage up in Wisconsin. I just couldn't bring everything home with me. Someday I'll get it back. Let's go back up. Let's see. This is where you were talking about the names. Joyce. This is where Teresa and Jan sent me some information. Oh, Maritza popped in. Hi, Maritza. Hi, hi. If you're still out there, Maritza's Yarn and Crafts. Hola, Maritza. Teresa says, be right back. My pups need to go out and bark. She says, hi, Katia and Teresa. I subbed. Thank you, Maritza. Talking about the dogs. Please remember thumbs up. Mary, I have a question. Okay, this is where she asks about the texture. And really the texture, whether you want to use on the texture side or the smooth side, depends on what you're doing. And just from reviewing that overview, I would say if you were trying to get in with whatever you're doing with a lot of detail, you want to go on the smooth side of the paper. If you want texture on, like what I was showing on my piece here, sometimes the texture is very nice, and it's cool, but the paper is it's more absorbent, and it just depends on what kind of an effect you're trying to go for. But there is a smooth and a textured side, but a hot press is probably really smooth. Let's see. Anyone can give me out there the thought on that question, it would be helpful. Susan says, night all. Night, Susan. So, if I would paint a landscape, it would look better on the smooth side on cold press. Well, depending on the effect you want. Like if you wanted to show the texture in the bark of a tree, I would say go on the rough side. But if you're wanting to do a lot of detail, like show with your paintbrush, show a barbed wire fence, or show, you know, a lot of detail on whatever, in a landscape, wherever, like maybe you wanted to show all the little buds on a plant or something, on a flower, you might, you know, on a tiny flower, when you want to get a lot of detail, you want to go on the smooth side. When I'm doing drawing itself, I generally prefer the smooth side, but there are times where I like the rough side. Now I'm on the, I think I'm on the smooth side here, because I started out on the rough, no, I started on the smooth side here, and I'm on the rough side here, because I turned it over, because I didn't like that swirl button. I liked the swirl button, but I didn't like where I was going with it. Let's see. Ali K says, I've seen a lot of the Google AI ad on YouTube many times. There's no wrong way to prompt with AI. Yeah, that's true, Ali K. Katia says, paint a basic sky and embellish it with tatting would make the detail of the landscape and glue it on. that would be kind of a mixed media technique, Katia, because you're using both tatting and watercolor, which is valid. I mean, very valid. It's probably turn out really nice. And depending what size of thread you're using and what kind of, yeah, like a, kind of like, Ali K says, like a three-dimensional. Yeah. It would really be, and this gets into, let me go out and show that book. For those of you that know Debbie Epps, she was in here the other day, and let me go to my, because I got it in my cart here. Let me go to my cart. I got her book in my cart. This is the art of fusion collage techniques. Now this is talking about collage, but what you would be doing is adding in a collage technique, doing mixed media. And I think she talks about, let me go to her introduction here. Let me go here, the book details. Unlock the endless possibilities of mixed media collage with this inspiring guide, perfect for artists of all levels, learning the essentials of selecting materials, mastering the techniques and layering techniques to create dynamic and captivating artwork, featuring illustrated step-by-step instructions. So she's given you projects to work with different themes, but along those lines of what you're doing is a mixed media technique, because you're using watercolor and your actual thread. which brought me to, I wanted to kind of point out that Debbie Epps, who is well known in our art groups, has published a book called The Art of Fusion. And I don't know if she mixes thread in here, and this is the cover of the book. She doesn't have any, oh, she has this one. This is more, she's adding different materials out there, and this looks like a Tim Holtz there. But she's talking about mixed media. Then there are a lot of other books. This is another one, Katia. I've got into books here. I think all my The Diary of the Edwardian Lady, and this one. I like to read the Piecework magazine. It's all about the history of needlework. They cover everything: knitting and ribbon embroidery and cross stitch and samplers and everything. But they also do book reviews, and they did a book review on this Intentional Thread, a guide to drawing by Susan Brandeis. But she's drawing and telling stories in thread. Ooh. Oh, that's a reward. I'm going to say that book is $26 for the hardcover. There's only one left, but it's in my cart. Let's go back to, I got out of that. Let's go back to the book itself, because I'm interested in this one, because she talks about how to tell stories in thread. The Intentional Thread, a guide to drawing, gesture, and color in stitch. And she's showing different techniques. Now, this is more if you're interested in slow stitch, but I'll bet if you tat, I'll bet you could work some tatting up into something like what she shows here on the cover. I doubt if she covers tatting in there. But that's one that interested me. I'm kind of seeing if if you buy it new, this is used. It's an expensive book. If you buy it new, you get 20% off. It's $40 if you buy it new. It's kind of an expensive book. Enables embroidery fans to say almost anything and convey emotions with thread. Communicate your ideas using line, shape, and color and texture with this reference, and how to explore in one. Whether your particular interest is pictorial, portraiture, abstract, say almost anything with thread. And what you're saying is, you, for example, to take a landscape and work in your tatting into the landscape, which would, knowing you, Katia, it would probably turn out gorgeous. And it is already after 10. I want to finish this guy up real fast. And I've only got 4 done tonight, but I'll come back to these French buttons probably next week because I'm enjoying these. I'm going to take a little bit of this. I got green on there yet. Let me wash this brush off. Take a little bit of this yellow ochre and go into here. Yeah, I'll bet you could do some beautiful things, Katia. I can't wait to see what you come up with. Let's see, where's my brown? Right here. We're going to do some brown spots on him. Kind of in here. Now, I am on the rough side here because I was started out on the smooth side on the back, and then And Katia, I'm putting up a post tomorrow of my latest slow stitch that I actually put that trim on. And I did that because I follow K3N Cloth Tales. And let's see, I got a spot there, I got a spot there. And she did a crochet around a, what was it around? She did, she was doing like a square, but she was turning it into a rice bag type thing. She turned it into a little box, I think. if I remember right. I'm trying to remember. Because it's been since Wednesday that I watched it. And so I did a hexagon because she likes her hexagons. I did a hexagon. I didn't want to do a box. That's too much for me. I just got the hexagon done today because I was playing with all that different sizes of thread in tatting. Let's see, I want a little of that gray up around in here. Have a little of the darker. A little gray coming down in there. A little gray in here. And under his foot. Yeah. Okay, now I want to go to my Tombow. I think I'm pretty happy with this. I didn't get that green in there, but I want to bring out the detail on the dog, and then I think I'll call it done. Yeah, where's my Tombow? Right here. Don't close up your watercolor until they're dry. And these are honey based, so it's going to take them a little bit longer to dry. I'm just going to leave them open here. Now, let's bring out the detail on this dog. And he's just got a swish here for the eye. And a little round dot. And his mouth is just a swish. And he's got a little dot for the nose. I think that's cute. And his neck comes down. Now, actually, I'm going to kind of put light lines around the spots. They have them kind of, you can see different colors of brown. I'm not going to fool with that tonight because I don't want to be out here too much longer. I'm going to put some little spots in there. His little paw lines, he just has 3 marks there for his paw. Actually, I kind of goofed on that, but you know, let's put some little lines in there. This comes up that way. This isn't going to be perfect because I want to get it done. What did I do here? This actually comes more like that. Kind of goofed in there. He's got skinny legs, but maybe not that skinny, Mary. Now I'm pretty happy with him. He is who he is. Let's just put a little lines in here because it's a bush. Kind of draw the... I'm not sure if that is the actual button or if the black is part of the button on that. Let me turn it this way again. This way. And go back into my chat. And we're going to call this, let me put the cap back on this. We're going to call it, I got into chattering there, so I didn't get 5 done. I got 4 done. We'll do the 5th one next week. And we'll probably do more of those French buttons, because I'm liking those. Week 21. And maybe I'll find some other buttons. I only went out to the 3rd page of that search, so the link is in there if you want to search for buttons. This is card 4. It's my Doodle deck. 7, 14, 2024, and of course it's button. I'm going to put French button. And I'll put rectangular. And I should put circular on the others. Rectangular and dog. And it's from the Met, open access. And as I say, this will probably mean more to me 6 years from now than it does now. Public domain. And a ref photo. The media is creative marker, creative Sharpie creative marker, which I think is acrylic based. Do you know what base is that acrylic paint in those markers? I never really, they're water based. Store horizontally, I do that. It doesn't, I think this is acrylic marker. Sharpie, creative marker. Allie K would know. Katia says, I've always dreamed of doing tatting painting, like tatting artistry and thread. The part that always scared me was the watercolor painting part, but lately watching Meri, she's got that dream. Oh, Katia, go for it. I would love to see what you do, because I'll bet you it's cool. If you can see it in your head, you can probably figure out how to do it. I would love to see you do something like that. I'm still consider myself very much a novice tatter. I was thinking tonight, I go, man, I need to practice. Let's see. You did a scarf on one of the first Doodle deck card weeks, Meri. I did a scarf. I probably did on one of the first Doodle decks. Thank you, Katia. I really had fun drawing that lace. I've got other lace videos out there, but that's the only one my search found. Probably because if I look underneath my fine liner stuff, I did a lot with the acrylic fine liner lace. If I did another search out there, I'd probably find more of them. I was really into it for a while. I did a peacock. I drew a peacock, just a regular drawing like I did, but I drew it like in black or blue. And then I did the lace background, and put the little dots and all of that around and connected them. I did 2 peacocks, I think, and I did a lace background. So we could do something like that, drawing off of that fabric that I got from India, the Indian lady not too long ago. I showed it the last stream I was in. Katia says, if you do a search for tatting artistry and thread, there will be a book to give you an idea. Let's do that, because I'm interested in that. I won't do it because I got so much. Wait, let's see, what was I doing? Creative marker. What else did I use? Watercolor. Cinnalay watercolor. Pen and ink, and pencil. That's good. Katia, you're getting me interested. I'm interested, but I probably won't take the time to do it because I want to build my tatting journal. I've got to do that. I've got to catch up on the videos, and I'm wanting to go back. I think you had 7 videos in your class videos, and I want to go back and listen to them. I took notes of the first 5 because I was there for the first 5. The last 2, I think I had to take my brother to the doctor, and I had another reason I couldn't go to the other. I can't remember what it was, but it was a valid reason. I missed the class, but I haven't caught up with them yet. And I want to go back and listen to each video and make make notes where I can pause the video and write down things that interested me or that things I need to learn. One thing was when I did that trim, I had to add thread, and I usually add the thread by joining it, by tying off the ends and then tying in new threads. But you showed a technique in one of your videos where you tatted like you do with crochet. You have your end of your thread and you tatted it into the next piece. And I'm going, how did she do that? What video was that in? So when I go back and listen to them, I want to make notes of what was in each video so that if I ever want to go back and watch and, I forgot how she did that. I can go back and review it. All right, I want to go out and do a search on tatting artistry in thread. Let's go to, I use Firefox. Let's go to my Firefox and type in, because this is interesting me. Tatting, what was that? I got a short memory. Where's the chat? Let's get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. I need my chat right here. Tatting artistry in thread. TATTING space ARTISTRY in thread. Go. Tatting, the contemporary tatting in lace. Tatting Artistry in Thread is a book by Helma Siepmann. English translation of the original German work uses new approaches to tatting beyond the traditional and introducing. Does it give us a picture? It's a follow. It's a Google book. Already read, reading here. Let's look at it. Tatting Artistry in Thread. Oh, it's a book at Handy Hands. There are 108 pages. Helma has taken the craft and art of tatting to new, unexpected levels. This is a very creative book. Let's go look at it. Look at that. Oh, Katia, I could see you doing something like, let's expand that. Oh, look at all that tatting. I could see you doing this, Katia. That's beautiful. Just the cover. This is the cover of her book. Not Katia's book, but the book that, what is it? Siepmann? Helma Siepmann. Is she German? $24. Let's go back into it here. There are 108 pages. Helma has taken the craft and art of tatting to new and unexpected levels. This is a very creative book. There are mainly flowers, stems, leaves, and trees. It's hard to count the patterns. And knowing you, Katia, knowing you, you'll come up with some really cool designs. I would say go for it. In fact, I would say, why don't you in our next session do a small piece? Do a small piece. And even on fabric or something. All right, I'm just chattering away here. Katia says, I've always dreamed of doing tatting painting like tatting artistry in thread. In part, that part always scared me was the watercolor painting part. Well, I'll bet you could do it. And don't expect yourself, just like, when you teach us beginning tatters, you don't expect us to be advanced tatters. We have to, there's a learning curve. And that's the same way it is with watercolor. Even on my little doodle cards here, there's always a learning curve. There's a learning curve in drawing. And that goes for anybody who's trying something new. Don't let it scare you, because and don't expect yourself to be, if you make a mistake, hey, that leaf just grew that way. that's what I like about art, and that's what I like about K3N Cloth Tales. When I do the slow stitching with her, she loves the wonky, you know, like, you know, and she can do the good stuff. She's always done the precise stuff. She calls it normal quilting. She always calls it normal. She says, when I used to quilt normally, I never learned to quilt normally. I could probably put together some blocks or maybe some triangles, but all these beautiful quilts that you see, you know, and all the precision work and the math involved and all of that, you know, that's beyond me. Um, for one thing, it's kind of like coloring, like to the point that Dee Dee Willingham does it. When she does a colored page, she just turns it into an she has so much patience. She does all this shading and you know, she mixes the colored pencils with the acrylic paint and just tonal values and all of that. I don't have the patience for all that, but I do have the patience to do some tatting. So it is after 10. It's almost 10:20 here. Let's refresh my chat. I feel like I'm stuck. All messages. Those are acrylic based? Thank you, Katia. I thought they were acrylic based. Those Sharpies are acrylic based. I thought they were, but lately I say things and I'm going, do I have that right? I don't want to give you misinformation. I don't want to call them acrylic based if they're not. I'll put it away. I'm going to put my eraser back in there too. Keep it, my eraser, because I go, where did I put my eraser? Well, it's in my box with my Sharpies. Let's see. I think I'm going to pour this ink back into this jar. I did dip my pen in it, but it's not too contaminated, and I don't want to throw it in my water. Oh, I put that on tight. Oh. There. Either that or I'm getting weak in my old age. And I'm going to wipe off my table here and wipe out my cup. I'll be using that again. See how dark it is? All right. And this is just water. I'll throw that in my paint jar over here that needs to be cleaned. And wipe this out. And put those over there because I'll use them again. Let's put the lid on this before I spill the ink. I do like to tighten this because I knock things around. And let's put this away. And I'll leave my watercolor out. Let's put the Mod Podge away. Where did I get that from? I want it next week. Here? Yeah. I want to stay. What's in there? A punch? A punch for lunch? And what's that? Paint. Punch and paint. There we go. Alright. And let's see. Sharpie. These little brushes I think are okay. Pencil. All of these will go back in my pencil. My case. I need another. Okay, I'm talking to myself here. Teresa said, this was a great evening with Meri. Oh, thank you, Teresa. You guys make it good for me. You make it fun for me. You do. Now, I have posted that my early morning streams are going to be impromptu until after Labor Day. But I will say I've done a lot of slow stitching recently, and I'm going to come on Tuesday morning and just do a little slow stitching, show where I am on all that, show what I'm working on. So I probably will stream Tuesday morning at 6 o'clock. I don't know if I'll stay on until 9. It just depends on where I'm at, what I'm doing, how I feel. The other thing I want to do on the mornings that I'm taking off until after Labor Day is I want to get in here and sort out this room and pick up things and make it more comfortable for me in here. I do that and I get to a good point to where I feel good about things, and then I start stacking stuff up again. And I really need to sort out to where I can move around comfortably. I can sort of in here, but I got a lot of stuff surrounding me that needs to be sorted. So I'm going to spend some time in the morning working on that, I think. Thank you, Katia. I can't wait. I can't wait to see what you're doing for your fair in August. And I can't wait for the tatting classes to start again. If anybody wants to learn how to tat, the online tatting class is a channel here on YouTube. It's all one word, called the Online Tatting Class. And all of Katia's most recent videos are out there on live in the live stream area. And you know, she taught a lot last session about doing the true rings. So that's a good technique to learn. But she's teaching tatting to beginners. So if you're a beginner and if you're interested in learning how to needle tat, Katia does it all. She does shuttle tatting, needle tatting. She works right-handed, she works left-handed, she speaks English, and she speaks French. So Teresa says, I can't go anywhere right now, so I'm going through all my stuff and throwing a lot of things out so that I can get my room reorganized. When you say throwing out, are you taking it to Goodwill, or are they decent things that can be donated, Teresa? Or are you just trashing them? My brother would trash everything. Don't you dare trash that fabric. I sit there and go, if something happens to my brother, I can't stay in this house by myself. I cannot take care of this house by myself. It's too much. Too much work. Although I do a lot of work around here. You know, I work in the yard. I'm watering and weeding the garden. And, you know, I wash the dishes and do the laundry and clean the bathroom and all of, you know, I do a lot of the housework. My brother does stuff, but, you know, I earn my keep. Trash is trash, and stuff that can be donated will be donated. Yeah. Well, that makes sense, Teresa. That's a good way to look at it. If it's good stuff, Jen says, don't throw it out. Yeah. My brother would toss it, and I think we've got stuff upstairs that belong to his significant other. I mean, school papers that her sons did when they were in school, and they're old men now. And I know that my nephew's wife, she doesn't want any of that, and my grandniece probably wouldn't. And they're, you know, you don't want to. I often wonder what's going to happen to my art stuff if something would happen to me, or even if something happens to my brother. I can't take everything with me. I'd try. I would probably, at this point, my thought is I would put what I can't take with me in storage, as long as I could pay for the storage. And, you know, because I could still go there and get it rather than going and buying every time. So, but I've got storage up in Wisconsin that I can't get to yet. I'm leaving it there because the cost of bringing it back here, I would just have to pay more storage there. I mean, if I brought it back. So I might as well, since it's in storage and nobody's disturbing it, I could probably have some pretty good sales from that stuff, but it would take me having to go up there and live up there for 3 months and sort it all out. So Why won't you, the heart's in the way. Why won't you stay there, Mary? It's too much of a house for me to take care of by myself. If something goes wrong, like my brother had to put in a whole new sewer system. He put in new flooring in the kitchen. We had to buy a new washing machine. He paid for all of that. And I don't have that kind of money in my account. I'm living check to check off of my Social Security. That's why. And I've often said I'm so thankful for my brother, my older brother. I get mad at him at times. I get huffy when he coughs and gags out in the other room while I'm streaming. But he's a good brother. And he lost his wife a couple years ago, his ex-wife, but they were still compatible. They still spoke to each other, the son kind of kept them together too, and the grandchild. But she died a couple years ago, and his significant other passed away before I came down here. She was living here with him, his significant other. And she passed away, I believe, in 2013. I came down here in 2016, and I often say, I didn't lose my job. My contract ended, and it was really difficult at that time because of my age, but a lot of the jobs, like at the insurance company I worked at, they were farming it out overseas, all the IT tech jobs at that time. I don't know what they're doing now. I haven't been in the industry for a while. But a lot of our mainframe legacy programs were farmed out to India and the Philippines and overseas. So it was really not easy to get contracting jobs at that time. It was good during year 2K. And I made a lot of my money, but in year 2K and a couple years after. But after that, it got kind of difficult even to find work. And once you found work as a contractor, there was no guarantee that they'd keep you past 6 months, or even keep you the entire 6 months. Sometimes they'd bring you in for a project, you do the work, and you were done, and then you were out looking again. And it got to the point where I lived off of all my savings as much as I could up there in Madison, and then I lived off of 2000. Was it 2007? No, it was from 2007 through 2013 were not very good years, economy-wise, and 2020 got even worse. But at that point, my brother said, I'm here alone in this house. Come and stay with me. His significant other passed away. His wife eventually passed away. So I came down here, and I have a roof above my head. I often think I would have been homeless if he wouldn't have offered that to me. And I often tell him I'm so grateful, because I could not do all the things that I do, buy all the stuff I do from Pearl and all the online auctions and stuff like that, the watercolors I get, like this from Katia. I couldn't do all of that. And still, I pay my medical bills. I contribute. I work around the house, but I also pay him a certain amount of money every month for room and board. It's not a whole lot, but it helps. Yeah, let's see, what are we saying here? Jen says it's good way not to sell something, Teresa, instead. Let's see. I just hate that they're sending jobs out of the country. Yeah, they do it for business reasons, but, they're really, what do you want to say, the American worker, the employees, and unless you're, some of them are there for years at those insurance companies. They've been there for years and years and years, And it depends on the job, and it just depends on the situation. But I was in contracting, so they didn't have a commitment to keep me around because I wasn't their employee. But a lot of the jobs that they would have, I want to say, farmed out to American contractors, they farmed out overseas because it was much cheaper. And I can understand that from their point of view, but boy, it sure hurt people like me, you know, and they don't care. Yeah, and to tell you the truth, I would go and look for, and I did go and look for low paying jobs. Like I went and I aced. I got 100% on the employment test just to do stockroom at a local store there. I wanted to work the midnight shift, and I aced the test that they had, and that test was not easy. But I aced it. I was so proud of myself that I aced it. But they still wouldn't hire me because I was overqualified. Because I'd worked as a programmer, and I made pretty good money back then. And I was overqualified for the lower paying jobs, so that I couldn't even get a lower paying job at that time. So those are the situations where I called myself the reluctant retiree. Luckily, I came home in 2016. The earlier was March, and I was able to go on full retirement. But I did it very reluctantly. I really missed working. And I called myself at that time the reluctant retiree, but it's been 8 years now, and I'm happy. I've adjusted, but I can see in the future where I'm going to have another adjustment to make. It hurt everyone. It took money to get what we needed too. Yeah, it did. It hurt a lot of people when they did that. And, it didn't only happen in the IT industry. It happened in manufacturing. And now they're bringing people over. Don't get me started. Don't get me started on immigration policy. Because this is not the place to discuss it. I do have a faith, though, that I really believe that, and I'm going to talk spirituality here. If this is not what you believe, I apologize. But I believe that God has his hand on our country. And no matter what happens with the government or who's running it or all of that, I really believe that God will take situations and turn them out for the good. Just looking at history. America is not a perfect country. We certainly have a lot that is wrong with our country and our politics and blah, 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 but every country does. But I think that there are a lot of good people, a lot of God-fearing people in America that love God and want the best for our country. And there's a lot of people that don't believe in God that want the best for our country. And there are a lot of people that would destroy our freedom too. But I believe God will I believe in a God that will take bad situations and turn them into something good for our country. You look at the lives that were lost in World War II, the Vietnam War, the Korean War, World War I, and just going back into history, and how in all of those lives that were lost so that we could have freedom. And what do you think all these people coming across the border are coming across for? Well, there's probably terrorists coming across, but most of the people want freedom. They want liberty. They want to enjoy the good life that we have here. And we do have a good life because our family who came before us fought for that freedom. They lost their lives for our freedoms. And boy, I'll tell you, get me started on it. I can talk all night. But I do believe that, good or bad, I believe that God has a hand on our country. And we may go through some hard times. You know, I don't know. I don't know what the future has. But I believe that, you know, God's got it in his hands, and that's where we need to leave it. How did I get off on that? Thank you, Teresa. She says, you know, we already believe much like you do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, not everybody on this channel believes the same way, and I respect that. I mean, you have to be tolerant. If I said you can't be here because you don't believe like I do, you know, or if I don't want to say, if I talk down to somebody who didn't have the same opinion about something that I did, but I enjoy their art, you know, this is an art channel, but we're still people. I'm just chattering away here. I should probably sign off and say good night. What time is it? It's almost 20 till 11. So, I want to thank you all for coming. She said, no, I realize that not everyone believes the same, and that's okay. Yeah, it is, Teresa. We don't push our beliefs to others. No. And there's a difference between pushing your beliefs in and being a testimony to them. Our job is to be, as Christians, is to be a testimony. To say what works in our life, you know, our Christian faith does. But that doesn't mean that, you know, we're going to beat you up and down the stream until you believe like we do. Our job is to be a testimony of our faith. And, you know, of course, there are pastors and evangelists and all of that in the church. But, you know, just a little lay person like me, and that's all I am. It's just a little 70-year-old lady out in the middle of nowhere. You know, my job is just to say this is what I believe, and I respect what you believe if you don't believe like I do, but this is my testimony. That dog is my favorite card, Jen says. Isn't that dog cool? Yeah. Let's do a little flip. This is the dog. The turtle's upside down. This is the turtle. I kind of like my turtle, too. He's kind of little, though. He could have been bigger. This is the round button. He's kind of a weird button. Almost look like an eye. An eyeball there. An eyeball with gold specks in it. And then the other little dog, the French button. I'm going to do more of these next week. But I agree with you. I think this is probably the most fun one that we did. And I'll make this my thumbnail. All right. I'm done with my soapbox. Teresa says, his mommy's going to be upset. He's playing in the mud puddle. Uh-oh. Maritza says, Katia, Teresa, I'm way back. My notepad has stalled. So I'm going to say good night. Tomorrow is Monday. Don't forget. I don't know. Becky sounds pretty tired tonight, but she'll let you know if she doesn't stream at 6:30 in the morning on Mondays, 6:30 Eastern time. You can kind of watch for her. I don't know if she's going to stream tomorrow or not. Inky Well, Dee Dee Willingham streams at 8:30 Eastern. Janet Nash over in the UK, she streams at 9 Eastern. Janet Young streams at, I think it's 2 Eastern. Let's see. Let me get my list out because Monday's a busy day. There's a lot going on Mondays. Who am I missing? Stacy Catitude, 10 Eastern daily. Barb Owen at Monday evening at 6 Central. Becky, 6:30 a.m. Eastern. But she sounded pretty tired today. Maybe she'll get a lot of rest. Art Junkie streams on Monday nights. She does crochet from the lounge chair at 8 p.m. Who else am I missing? I think that's it. But there's a lot going on Monday, so have a great day. I hope the little lawnmower man comes tomorrow. Stay cool. I'll have to straighten this out when I take my picture. Bye, everybody. Have a great day. Have a great week. I am streaming Tuesday morning. Bye.